Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Tape my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep. Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back and we are ready to rock and roll. It is currently 8:05 a.m. Getting ready for this brand new day, Thursday. Let's get ready to rock. Whew. Traders, right now, again, I'm sitting comfortable. I got 4 eggs Benedict, maple syrup, 2 flapjacks, a fresh squeezed orange. We're looking over at a little everything bagel with a little bit of cream cheese over here, some cranberry sauce with some baked potatoes, also warming up the baked ziti from last night. On my other plate at this time, we got a little bit of rye toast, putting over here with the carbs on the home fries. We're sitting pretty at this moment with a nice, again, bag of Fruit Loops. Gonna get the fat-free milk, skim it out myself, and put it over in a bowl. Do you guys understand what I'm saying today? It's going to be a great day. And I hope you guys are sitting in front of a nice buffet as well. And if you're not, pause this live stream and go get yourself a buffet. Because I need you guys energized. I need your calories in you today. I need you guys feeling good today. We got a big day ahead. Looking to be able to absolutely crush it on this Thursday. Seeing what plays are going to be coming on up. Seeing what stocks are going to be breaking on out. How we're going to be able to make some money. So let's go over it all. Let's go over our current thoughts. Let's talk about what we're currently seeing in this market. Right now, team, we take a look at the S&P 500. S&P 500, we are at, as I talked about earlier, an extremely delicate time. A lot of traders don't know if we have hit the bottom already. A lot of traders don't know, it was 380 the bottom. Was 380 that bottom area, and we are going to start pushing on up from here. When we take a look at the S&P 500, and I'm talking about the S&P 500, I know a lot of people right now are probably saying, Deck, the S&P 500, 380 was the bottom. And there's a lot of people right now that are also saying, nope, we're going lower than 380. The bear market hasn't even started yet. We're still, again, we're heading down towards that recession. So 415 over on the S&P 500. 415, we have hit it down to 420. We have hit down to 410. We have hit 415. We have hit 415. We have hit 415. We've consolidated around 415. We've hit 415 a ton of times. The S&P 500, the most important thing is that it stays above this green line. As long as the S&P 500 stays above that 409 mark, it's still good to go. This stock is still 100% A-OK. So the S&P 500 at this moment, everything is sitting absolutely fine on the S&P. It just needs to get above 415. If it gets above 415, I think we're going to see some nice spiking. If we get underneath the 13 EMA, that's where things can start dropping. Today's going to be a tough day. And why is it going to be a tough day on the S&P 500? Is because we don't have much certainty. Tomorrow, at the time of 8:30, we are going to have inflation data. And the inflation data is going to tell us how inflation is currently doing. It really comes down to 2 different things. If inflation says it's slowing down, get ready for the market to start moving back on up. If inflation says that, hey, we're still battling inflation and inflation is still somehow rising, well, get ready. The market's going to be going down very hard. If inflation is still rising, well, we have interest rates coming up on Wednesday. Maybe those interest rates on Wednesday are going to be 0.75%. Right now, we are going to be moving them up next Wednesday, 0.5%. We know that. But we have 2 big things coming on up in this market that are going to definitely hurt the market. Inflation, and on top of that, next Wednesday, rate hikes. Rate hikes, we already know the whole point of rate hikes is to slow down spending. When you raise interest rates, and we raised them 0.5% last month, and we're raising them again 0.5% this month, and we're also raising them again next in July, another 0.5%. And then from there, they may slow down a little bit. But are we going to get that big dump back on down, or are we going to start finding some sort of bottom? Because when we take a look at the S&P 500 right now, it's sitting at 412. It's going to be pretty calm. Tomorrow's the day that's going to be a big deciding factor. Whatever inflation is doing. But regardless of what inflation is doing, we still have rate hikes coming up on Wednesday. And are those rate hikes going to start dropping the market back on down? Or are those rate hikes going to not really affect the market if inflation is already slowing down? So tomorrow and Wednesday is kind of the big deciding factors. But we do still have to stick with the same game plan. And the game plan at this moment is, Whenever the S&P 500 is above 415, we could definitely see a lot of these blue chips start ripping and running. If the S&P 500 starts cracking underneath the 13 EMA, that's where things are going to start dropping on down. You could see Tesla right now is having a $22 gap up. And when we take a look at Tesla, Tesla is doing what I honestly want it to do. We take a look over on Tesla. Tesla right now is down about 40% on the year. It's sitting right at 758. When we look over on Tesla, we could see for the last 3 months, we got rejected here, and we got rejected here, and we got rejected here, and we got rejected here. And yesterday we got rejected. And now today we are gapping up right towards or right above 748. If we break this 3-month downtrend, there is opportunity for all of a sudden the markets start moving back on up, and we start seeing some very nice spikes, and we start seeing some very nice rips, and we start seeing these very nice climbs. Right now at this moment, team, I'm still sitting. I got cash. I got $310,000 in cash at this moment. Just sitting back, waiting to go, waiting to have a trigger pulled. So I got my $310,000 in cash sitting right here, ready to get after it. If that's on Tesla, if that's on Amazon, if that's on NVDA, whatever we want to be looking at. But it is a little scary to say, okay, hey, anything can go tomorrow. If Tesla moves up today, that's great and that's awesome. If Tesla moves down today, okay, that's great and that's awesome. But tomorrow is going to be more of the deciding factor with the inflation data, and next Wednesday with the rate hikes. So I'm excited to see what's going to be happening. Now, what else do we need to be looking at? What else do we need to be on top of? What else do we need to be aware of? Well, let's get into the actual day trade today. Yesterday was a fantastic day. We would make $1,400. That's been great. Monday, fantastic day. We would make some profit. Tuesday, we didn't trade. Tuesday, I didn't pull the trigger. It was just too slow for me. So what are we looking at this time? When we're taking a look over on AUVI, SONN, AERC, what is going to be the best stock for us? What's going to be the best opportunity for us? How are we going to be able to come out on top? Now, when we take a look over on these, let's say start with the AUVI, let's figure out what we can do on AUVI. First thing that stands out to me on AUVI is we do have a miniature mid-candle breakout pattern. I would not say that is a very large mid-candle breakout pattern by any sort of means, but we do have miniature mid-candle breakout pattern right here. Now you might be saying, Deck, what's the mid-candle breakout pattern? Please refresh my memory. It's essentially when you have a very nice spike, the stock falls midway to that spike on the daily chart, and the stock breaks on out. So what we essentially have here would be something that looks like this, where you have a very nice spike. You have red candle, falls halfway of the spike, and then the next day is red. You can see very nice spike, red candle to halfway, gap on down. Stock has a little gap down, then spikes back on up. You can see how the stock has a very nice spike, red candle, small gap down, then the stock spikes on up. You can see how the stock spikes on up. It falls mid-candle. Even though it's 3 red days, it falls mid-candle of the spike, and then it starts moving its way back on up. You see spike, falls mid-candle, the stock starts spiking its way back on up. Spike mid-candle, stock starts moving itself back on up. That is what we're seeing right here. But this one, it's kind of starting to spike already in pre-market. AUVI, why is it spiking right now in pre-market? Well, let's try to figure this play out. Let's break this on down. And if we go over to yahoofinance.com, is there any sort of credibility? Is there any sort of reasoning? Well, AUVI, we do have a 39% gain at this moment. AUVI 14 minutes ago did come out with a press release. So let me go ahead and post this press release for everyone over in chat at this time. And when we take a look over on this, you could see AUVI. What are they stating? They're stating AUVI announces international dealer awarded sole source provider contract for Aeroside's FDA Class 2 listed medical devices. So we see AUVI right here with some very good keywords. And you might say, Deck, what do you mean by keywords? Well, we're always looking for those hot keywords. Those keywords are so important to us to be able to find success in the stock market. That's what it comes down to. So we take a look right here. What's some of our hot keywords that we want to be focused on? Well, we do have the word awarded. Awarded is a 3-star word. You're only awarded when you do something well. When you do something well, you're awarded. And what are they awarded? They're awarded a contract, a 2-star word. That has to do with the FDA. So when we say AUVI, what has happened? It was awarded a contract that had to do with the FDA. And just like that alone, we know that now this is a good press release. We don't have to know anything about Class 2 listed medical devices on, Aeroside. We don't need to know anything about that. Awarded, contract, FDA. Once we see that, we know it's actually a good credible press release. We can take a look over on AUVI's float, 6.5 million in float. So AUVI, this is a play that we definitely want to be watching. It's a play we want to be aware of. It's a stock that only has 7 million in float. It's a stock that does have a good credible press release. And obviously the target on this play is going to be where? Target is going to be up towards the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average right here is going to be right there, and that's going to be sitting right around 330-ish. So if this stock starts getting up near $3, that's where traders are going to try to push it up towards around that 330 mark. Right now, AUVI is sitting right around 260, so obviously we still got some room to run. Still got some opportunity to go on this play. Stock definitely could start going on a nice rip and run. Already had a nice pop so far, but if you want to start shorting this play, wait till at least I would say at least like 290 and then closer to the 200-day moving average, the better. So AUVI, definitely one I think is going to be worth our time today. What else do we want to be looking at? SONN. Anything happening over on SONN today? This is a stock that I believe came out with a morning press release right around like 7 o'clock in the morning. 1 hour ago, SONN says SONN Biotherapeutics announces positive results from preclinical combination study of SON 1010 with anti-PD-1 checkpoint. And essentially what we have here is positive results. And what are these positive results doing? They're showing improvements in survival rates. So when we go ahead and we take a look at our hot keywords, we could see our 3-star word. And what do we have? We have positive top of the line results. So positive results, which are also showing improvements. These are all good 3-star words, which is why these stocks are top gainers on the day. Once you study your hot keywords, you'll be able to find a lot of success in the stock market. The issue is this one is a little bit larger in float with 58 million in float. The stock is only 33 cents, so you got a little leeway with a bigger float. SONN, what would I honestly do? I would still have the same game plan. Short it whenever it comes up to the 200-day moving average. 44 cents would be the target on longs, or short it when it hits the 200-day moving average or near it, and that's where you'd start making the most money as the stock starts coming back on down. Anything else we really want to be focused on at this time? Well, the other play we'd really want to focus on is AERC. AERC, this has been the hottest stock for the last 2 days now. And when we take a look over on AERC, what can we see? Well, AERC looks a lot like AUVI's daily chart, doesn't it? AUVI had a very nice spike, red candle, mid-candle breakout pattern, nice rip and run. We take a look over on AERC right here, and AERC went from $2.50, spiked all the way up to $15, back on down to $8.80 at this moment, and guess what? Could start spiking back on up today. AERC has been the hottest play for the past 2 days now. Yesterday, I made $1,400. I made all $1,400 trading AERC. That's what it comes down to. Be a smart trader. Don't put yourself in bad positions. Don't put yourself in positions where you're just going to lose. Don't put yourself in a position where you're only going to hurt yourself. Right now, AERC, it's going to be a little bit of a gamble. A gamble as in, hey, this stock spiked 150% on Tuesday. AERC could easily spike back up to $10, but it's still also on a $5 spike from where it was over on Monday. This could easily start fading itself back on down, and it's a little bit tricky. I am personally going to wait to see which way this play goes. I'm going to wait to see, where the stock is going to be heading towards next, and then really just be going from there. But right now, AERC, obviously another very hot stock that we want to be focused on and we want to be looking at. All right. Do I set my destination to auto or ARCA on E-Trade? J. Armello, do ARCA in pre-market. ARCA in pre-market, auto during the day. You could use ARCA. You get charged like an extra $1, so it's no big deal. But auto during the day, ARCA during pre-market. So going into this day right now, there's nothing I'm jumping in on right now. There's nothing I'm pulling the trigger on right now. There's nothing I want to be putting myself in that's just going to say, hey, let me jump in and hold. I want to be watching AUVI. I want to be watching SONN. I'm going to be watching AERC. We could just keep our eyes on some previous top gainers as well. Here's again previous top gainers, Wednesday's top gainers, HTCR, VVPR. We've been seeing some kind of the same plays kind of pop up day in and day out. And some of these same plays that have been popping up day in and day out kind of have been like VERU. Remember, VERU, this one has been a hot stock that's been looking for a breakout. Traders have still been looking at SIGA as well. SIGA back on down towards around 1096 at this moment. This one has been slowly fading, and if that one cracks the 13 EMA, let's say it goes underneath 1075, that could be a nice, fade on off. SIGA has been holding that 13 EMA mark. So we are going to see some plays, slowly start to fade, slowly start to drop, and slowly start getting even weaker. Hey, it's 8:20 in the market right now. I'm excited. I'm fired up. I'm ready to go, and I hope you guys are as well. It's been a fantastic week with nothing but absolute fun, laughter, and dreams. I love it. Traders, thank you for everyone who is joining us today over on tradecaster.com. And thank you for everyone who's joining us today over on YouTube. Today is Thursday, so it is a free YouTube live stream. If you guys are watching the free YouTube live stream, I don't ever ask much for you guys, but if you guys can take 1 second and just smash that thumbs up, I really do appreciate it. I know it's not easy to, again, move your mouse over less than an inch, but if you guys can find the willpower to do it, I really would appreciate it. So make sure you guys smash that thumbs up and make sure you guys subscribe to the YouTube channel so you guys never miss a live stream. But other than that, though, we are all set, ready to rock and roll. We are going to be going live in about 40 minutes here at 9 o'clock and looking to make some big tasty trades as we always like to do. Let's get excited about this day. Let's see what comes on up. We went over blue chips, we went over penny stocks, and we're going to be waiting until 8:30 a.m. Press release wave to see what's going to be coming on up. So team, it's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting, and we got to get dialed in here. Traders, let's see what comes on up. A little side note, if you're saying, Deck, can you play like some top hit music? Unfortunately, on this channel, I can't because I already got a strike. So if you're hearing a little bit of wonky music this morning, it's just because I got to play non-copyrighted music. And sometimes that's, not as great as our other music. So I still want to be able to get you guys moving, get you guys, getting jacked up on the day, get you guys having an exciting morning. But at the same time, team, unfortunately, I can't take requests today. Let's have a great day ahead. Let's make this money. Let's have some fun. And I will see you guys back here in about 45 minutes. Guys, share the live stream, spread it out, and let's have some fun. See you guys back here in 45 to kick off this day. Happy Thursday. Let's do it, traders. In 3, 2, 1. Ah! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
like a Hellcat. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna light it up tonight. We're gonna light it up tonight. We're gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We're gonna light it up now. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up, babe. Tonight we gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up. around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move.
We about to turn it on. We about to turn it on. We about to turn it on.
brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And for quit it, cause I know I'm coming.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think I need a higher seat, to be honest. I don't know if we have booster seats, or maybe I'm sitting in the child seat or the child section. I need to be lifted up a little bit. I feel like my manhood is. I feel like I'm a little kid eating spaghetti at the table. Right now we're outside New York City, the Big Apple, the Windy City, the Motor City. It doesn't get much better than this. An absolutely BEA beautiful day. Sitting out here with, again, my MacBook. Got a nice Starbucks cup of coffee right here. Quad, a long shot, venti, and a grande cup. Caramel drizzle with a hot foam vanilla substitute. Bringing over the chocolate milk. Traders, it's going to be a great day ahead. Great day ahead. Great day. We got a lot to go over today. We got a lot to talk about today. But I want to make sure that you guys are feeling good. You guys are getting into the right mindset. You guys are charged up and energized because it's game time. We've had a big week. We've seen some big profits. And if you guys think we're slowing down whatsoever, you guys are in the wrong place. We only pick up day after day. We're only moving up the bar, moving up levels, jumping around. Let's keep it going, traders. Let's have an absolutely fantastic day ahead. Let's have some fun. Let's get ready to make some money, and let's dive right on in. All right, team. We're going to be going over absolutely everything, as we always do, making sure every single trader is 100% prepared for what's coming on up here. Now, 9:07 a.m., 23 minutes until this market opens on up. Let's break down this day. And I want to make sure everyone gets their morning newsletter. If you guys do not get the morning newsletter, hit up the blue circle in the bottom left-hand corner, and they'll be more than happy to help you guys on out. Now, we have AERC, Tesla. These are some other top plays we want to be focused on. But let's start by looking at the S&P 500, because right now, team, we are at an extremely delicate area. Extremely delicate. And what do I mean by that? Well, when I take a look at the S&P 500, we can see how strong 415 resistance is. 415 is the number to be watching on the S&P 500. We could see that 415 bounce, 415 bounce, 415 bounce, 415 bounce, 415 bounce, 415 resistance, 415 resistance, 415 resistance. Every time we come up towards around this 415 mark, we usually have some sort of bouncing or some sort of resistance area. So what does this mean? This means if we can get above 415, that's going to hold up as our new floorboard, which means we'll move up a ton if we can get above and stay above 415. If we can't get above 415, well, where are we going to drop down to? Well, that's what we're going to drop all the way back on down to this green line. See this green line going across the board? I'll turn it into red right here. This green line right here. This green line is the 13 EMA, which is going to tell us if we're considered bullish or if we're going to be considered bearish. That line right there has been sitting right along that 410-ish mark. Right now it's at 409.50-ish, 409 area. If we go underneath this 13 EMA, that's where things can start getting very ugly once again. The S&P 500, it seems like a lot of people, and I'm not speaking for everyone, but I will say it seems like a lot of people have given up on the fact that we're going down to new lows. You might be sitting here and saying, no, Deck, I think the S&P 500 is going all the way down to 350. I think the S&P 500 is going all the way down to 340. I think we're going to keep on dropping more and more and more. And if that's what you believe, hey, that's great. You know, that's awesome. We could definitely see it go even lower. But the biggest thing that needs to happen is you got to get back underneath this green line. This green line, I'll just kind of bold it out a little bit. We can clearly see when we're considered bullish, and we can see when we're considered bearish. Bullish is going to be a term when we have more buyers than sellers. So essentially right now, when we are above the 13 EMA, like in this block we are right here, we have more bulls. We have more buyers than we have sellers. But when we're underneath the 13 EMA, let's say this area right here, you can see we have more bears, which shows that there's more sellers, there's more shorters, there's more people looking for weakness on this play. So why am I telling you this right now? Because right now at the moment, you can see the S&P 500 is actually testing the 13 EMA. And if we start going underneath, or we close underneath the 13 EMA, let's say down to 407, let's say down to 406, that could be a sign that the market is starting to reverse back on down towards the bottom side. Okay? So why would the market reverse? Well, we got two big things coming on up. Today is going to be a day that I think the S&P 500 and a lot of blue chips are kind of just going to be floating around. I think we're going to see a little up. I think we're going to see a little down. And I don't think until tomorrow is when we're going to see a lot of action. Tomorrow is the CPI data. So even for all the traders that are here on our free YouTube live stream, and again, shout out to you guys. Welcome to the chat room. For anyone that's over on watching the free YouTube live stream, understand that tomorrow is inflation data. Inflation data is going to come out at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, or that would be 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. So what is that going to show us? That's going to show us how inflation currently is doing. Obviously, in 2022, we saw inflation hit 45-year highs. The highest inflation has been in 45 years. Now, the thing is, with inflation rising and rising and rising and rising, last time we had our inflation data last month, we did actually see inflation start stalling slightly. Now we're looking for it to start coming back on down. So if we have a couple different scenarios, tomorrow, inflation data, it is still rising. Inflation is still rising. We haven't been able to control it yet. Well, guess what? The market's going to be crashing. If we come out with a CPI data that says, hey, inflation is slowing down, we are now starting to recover. Get ready for the market to start going back on up. If it says, hey, market is right now inflation is still rising, but is slowing down, well, it's still rising and we're still near 45-year highs of inflation. So it kind of comes down to a little bit of perspective on how you think about it, but also try to think about the general perspective on how everyone else sees about it, because that's the way the market's going to move. So tomorrow we do have CPI data, and on Wednesday, regardless of what happens, we are raising interest rates. We are raising interest rates again tomorrow, which is going to make everything more expensive. Everything more expensive. Right? We are trying to slow down the economy. We're trying to slow down spending. Did you guys see this yesterday? Yesterday, what we had here is mortgage demands fall to the lowest levels in 22 years amid rising rates and slowing home sales. The average contract interest rate for a 30-year fixed rate mortgage was conforming a loan balance of $647,000 or less, increased to 5.4% from 5.3%. So essentially, when we raise interest rates, we're trying to slow down spending by making, let's say loans or getting a mortgage or taking out a loan for a car or anything harder to do. Housing went crazy 2 years ago or a year and a half ago. It still is, starting to get up there. But if you actually go on Zillow right now and let's say start looking at houses, you'll start seeing a lot of houses, if you look through the history, actually look like this, which is kind of neat. You'll see if you have, let's say 2000 and we'll just say 2010, we'll have 2015. We'll have 2020, and then we will have 2020, and then we'll have 2022. Essentially, what we have on a lot of the housing history looks like this right now. Moving up, moving up, moving up, and then all of a sudden you see this, and then now we're actually seeing that. That's kind of like what we're at over on Zillow. And if you see a house like that, you'll see a lot of houses like this where it seems like it's starting to turn back on down. And we are raising interest rates. What's a crazy thing about this is we raised interest rates 0.5% last month. Last month we raised interest rates 0.5%. That was the first time that we rose interest rates 0.5% in 20 years. What's even more crazy about that is not only was that the first time we rose interest rates 0.5% in 20 years, but now we're raising 0.5% interest rates 30 days later. This is something that's never been done. Then 30 days from now, we're raising them once again in July, 0.5%. This is the quickest we've ever had to raise interest rates. And let's say if inflation has bad results tomorrow, guess what's going to happen? We may raise them 0.75%. Who knows? We will see. But that's the big issue right now. I would love to still jump in on the S&P 500 and say, hey, S&P 500, let's start spiking up towards new highs. But it's just a little scary right now because of the unknown going into tomorrow and the unknown going into Wednesday, right? Those are going to be two very big times. Like we could take a look over on Tesla, which is my favorite blue chip stock. And Tesla is at a very crazy area. Tesla, we have been on a downtrend for the past 3 months now. You could see every single time we come up towards this area. We hit it, we get rejected. 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 We hit it, we usually get rejected. And right now, we're opening up right above it, like right above that purple line. If we start moving back on up, if we start getting some hype, if we start getting some momentum, what could happen? The goal would be to see a very big spike, not all in one day, but see a nice climb back above 800 because we keep getting rejected at all of these lines. When we break this line, whenever that may be, that's when we should see a very nice spike, a very nice move, a very nice rip, and a very nice run. So Tesla at this time, that's something we still want to be keeping our eyes peeled on. But blue chips are going to be very interesting over the next few days. Blue chips are going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen tomorrow and, of course, coming up on Wednesday. But let's get into more of the penny stock, right? Let's see, more of the penny stock hype, the penny stock momentum. How are we going to day trade today? What stocks are we going to truly get involved in? So what we're going to be focusing on at this moment is we are going to be focusing over on AUVI. AUVI, this is the number one top gainer of the stock market. Let's just start here so every single trader knows exactly how to be trading this. Because I want to make sure as the day goes on, I want to make sure every single trade that we make, you guys are being confident. If you guys are brand new to the stream, I do something no one else does. I'm going to live stream in front of you in real time. And not only that, I'm going to tell you not to follow me, but I want you to learn from me. I want you to be able to say to yourself, hey, I'm here to become a better trader. That's why you're here. You're here to make money and to become a better trader. But to be able to make money is not by following me, it's by learning from me. So I'm going to live stream everything. I'm going to explain everything. I'm going to make sure you have a game plan and you guys understand everything. And I'm going to review every trade after I make it. That's something that I always stress. And that's basically, my mantra in being a mentor to many traders. I don't ever just want to do something and you not learn from it. I have a win, learn how I won. If I have a loss, learn why I lost so you can become better. So what do we have over on AUVI? AUVI at this time, let's break this on down and make traders more confident on why they would want to touch AUVI this morning. When we take a look over on AUVI, what do we see? We have a 46% gain at this moment. When I take a look at the chart pattern, I see a few different things. I always just like to look at the chart pattern for a second and say to myself, all right, hey, what do I see on this play? I do see that we had a very nice spike. We have almost a 50% move. I do see that AUVI has a very nice uptrend on this play. So that's a great sign. This is showing it has more bullishness than bearishness. And this stock right now does have a top resistance area right around that 278-ish mark. Seems like 278, 275, kind of that area is going to be a strong area of resistance that could hold this stock on down. We are still building higher lows, so that's a great sign. I also see if the stock does start taking on off, it's going to have a top target. The top target's going to be the 200-day moving average at 330. And I also see on the daily chart right here, we do have a miniature mid-candle breakout pattern. It's not a massive mid-candle breakout pattern, but we do have a mid-candle. And what a mid-candle breakout pattern is essentially where we have a very large spike, a top gaining day. We have a red candle that drops down to mid-candle of the top gaining day spike. And then the next day, you have a very nice rip once again. So you have very nice spike, drop down to mid-candle of, again, the spike, and then you start seeing a very nice break back on up. If you Google or do any sort of research on mid-candle breakout patterns, there's not going to be anything that comes on up. This is just something that, I've noticed. This is something I've said, and a lot of the patterns that I name, mid-candle breakout pattern, it's to make it as easy as possible. We buy it when it gets to the mid-candle of the old spike, and that's where it moves on up. You can see how it works right here very well. Very nice spike, drops down to mid-candle of the top gainers, and then starts spiking back on up. You can see it works here. It goes on a spike, mid-candle, starts spiking back on up. You could see here, it goes on a very nice spike, red candle, drops on down, nice spike on up. You could see even here, we had multiple days of red, but it's still at the mid candle before it starts shooting back on up. You can see very nice spike, red candle, starts moving its way back on up. Nice spike, red candle, starts moving its way back on up. You can see how these work out very nicely, and if we wanted to take a look, that's very similar at that moment. So you can see how this has worked out already, and that's just because of that mid-candle breakout pattern. But let's see if there's more over on AUVI. Let's see if there's more happening over on AUVI. And when we look at this play, what can we see? We could see that this stock has a 45% gain. We could see that the average volume is 2 million shares traded. And we could see right now, 1 hour ago, it did come out with a hot, credible press release. This says AUVI announces an international dealer awarded sole source provider contract for Aeroside's FDA Class 2 listed medical devices. So Last night I gave you guys homework, and the homework was to be able to go through again the dictionary and be able to understand what Aeroside FDA Class 2 medical devices were. I am going to be testing all members on that. I'm only kidding, guys. It's just the people on YouTube, we're trying to like impress them a little bit, and if we just give you guys, if we know what Aeroside FDA Class 2 is, it kind of just looks impressive. So I don't know, just run with it a little bit. I have no idea what I'm talking about. So Aeroside medical devices, we're talking about this, we're talking about that. Deck, I don't know anything about Aeroside's FDA Class 2 medical devices. How do I know if it's a good press release? Team, I have no idea. If you came up to me and said, Deck, what's an Aeroside Class 2 medical device? I would say a thermometer. I don't know. Something you wrap around your arm and pump a few times to read your blood pressure. Team, we don't need to know any of this. All we have to know is what? Keywords. We were awarded a contract. A contract by who? The FDA. Team, study your hot keywords. That's all you need to do. Hot keywords in a press release. 3-star word. Awarded. We were awarded what? We were awarded a contract. A contract. 2-star word. 2-star word. With who? The FDA. Now just read it just by the keywords. Hey, this stock AUVI was awarded a contract with the FDA. Boom. Get out all the fluff. We don't need the fluff. We don't need anything else. Now we know AUVI. AUVI. This stock went on a very nice spike, spiked up 45% this morning, has good volume, stock is building higher lows, has room to run up towards the 200-day moving average, will have some resistance around 280, which is the pre-market highs, and this is running for a credible reason. It's not a pump and dump. There is a credible reason as it was awarded a contract with the FDA. We can also see, again, if we want to take a look over on the float, over on AUVI, we can see the float is 6.56 million. So 6.56 million in float, absolutely awesome. We can, why is that awesome? Because it's a lower float. Anything under 5 million is what we love. Anything under 10 million is still very, very solid. The volume is 6,000 shares, on average, AUVI gets traded 2 million times. If we take a look over on AUVI today, it's at 6.8 million. It's actually at 12.6 million. So the day hasn't even started yet, and we are 6 times over its average volume. So we know that the stock is hot. So that's what I like to do every single day. Every single day, I like to review these top gainers so we understand every little inch of them. And we're not just going into these plays blind. So now when I take a look over on AUVI, what can I say to myself? I can say to myself, all right, hey, AUVI, this stock at this moment, we are having this uptrend. And as long as this uptrend holds, we are going to be able to continue to hold these gains. If AUVI cracks the uptrend, that's what's going to happen. If AUVI cracks the uptrend, it's most likely going to fade apart. Most likely going to drop. Most likely go from bullish to bearishness. Most likely, again, start getting a lot of weakness. So AUVI could easily fade, easily drop, easily get weaker if it does go from that bullishness to that bearishness side. But right now, it's just squeezing tighter and tighter and tighter. So your game plan is, all right, Deck, I'm going to be long on this play as long as we hold this purple line. If it starts shooting on up, I can lock in profits at 280, or I can go for my main target at 330. These are options. So let's go to another play. Let's see what else we got going on today. We can also be keeping our eyes peeled over on, let's go with AERC. AERC is the previous #1 top gainer of yesterday. Right? Previous #1 top gainer of yesterday. And this play, what we want to see at this time is we want to see if this stock is going to be able to go on any sort of nice rip and run. You know what's pretty crazy? When we take a look over on AERC, this stock is almost on the same exact chart setup as AUVI, right? Look at this. AUVI, this stock went from $1 all the way up to 230, went from 230 all the way back on down to 170, and now it's back up to 260. Doesn't this mid-candle breakout pattern resemble a lot of AERC's mid-candle breakout pattern? Everything I already showed you, again, all these, awesome mid-candle breakouts, if it's that one, or if it's that one, or, everything that we've gone over, that one, or that one, or that one, or that one, or that one, everything along those lines. So we got AERC on a mid-candle breakout pattern. Now, AERC is a little tricky today. And why is AERC a little tricky? Because this play could really go either way. It really can. And the reason why I say that is because this was the top gainer for the past 2 days in a row now. AERC was a top gainer as it went from $2 all the way up to $4.60. Then it was a top gainer as it went from $4.60 all the way up to $15. Then it went from $15 and fell down to $11, but it still went from $11 all the way up to $13. Now it's back down to $8. So the stock is definitely dropping. The stock is definitely getting weaker. The stock is definitely fading on off. And it has room to drop about another dollar or so. But we also have room to spike. What you got to think about is there enough hype still over on AERC? Is there enough hype? Is there enough momentum? Is there enough action over on AERC for traders to say, hey, let's try to spike this all the way up towards new highs. Let's try to spike this back up above $9, back above $10. This is one you have to be watching no matter what, but it is a little bit more of like a 50-50 on which way the stock is really going to be heading, which way the stock is going to be going. So AERC, what it comes down to in my eyes is let's just start with baby steps. Can it get back above $9 resistance? If it gets back above $9 resistance, you can see every time it comes up towards $9, it usually gets rejected. Let's just start with nice little baby steps, trying to see if this stock can get some nice movement, trying to see if this stock can get some nice hype and go from there. You do have top resistance. You do have top resistance. You do have bottom support. You do have bottom support. You do have bottom support. Let's just get above $9 and basically take it from there to see if AERC is going to be able to get some hype. Starting off my day right now, I am going to be watching AUVI to see if that's going to pop. I'm also going to be watching AERC to see what that stock's going to be moving. And you might say, well, Deck, is there anything else here? We definitely still want to keep our eyes peeled on some of these other top gainers. JAN was a nice ripper yesterday. I can imagine JAN spiking back up to the VWAP like right at the start of the day of 455. We have seen stocks like VERU. VERU has been chilling right next to its top resistance of $16 for the last few days. And if that one ever starts breaking through $16, that one could start getting some hype and momentum as well. So I am really excited to see what this day brings. I'm looking forward to seeing what this day brings. GameStop the last few days have been, getting some nice hype behind it. GameStop has room to fall back on down towards around 130. A little bit of a downtrend right now over on GameStop. Watch for a spike and then a possible fade back on down. And then it really comes down to the S&P 500. S&P 500, is it going to be able to stay above that 410 mark? If it goes underneath the 13 EMA, that's where things are going to start getting weak. If we go underneath the 13 EMA, watch for things to start getting weak. Watch for things to start fading on off, and watch for things to start dropping. So, hey, gonna be a crazy start on this day. We are going to basically take it by ear, take it a little bit slower at the start to see what we can get and go from there. But my top watches are, number one, AUVI. If you are a buyer, you are going to be watching for AUVI to be able to stay above the purple line. The most important thing on AUVI is it just stays above the purple line and it gets back up to 278, 280. If you see AUVI back underneath the uptrend and just underneath the VWAP, if you see it underneath 250, you shouldn't be long on this play. You shouldn't be long on that play as it's underneath the VWAP and underneath the uptrend. Other than that, what else do we have here? We have JAN. JAN, I think, is going to be a nice possible spike right at the start of the day to the VWAP before a possible short. Also, 425 is going to be a nice little support line. So I'm thinking quick little spike on up towards the end, like 460 or so, then start dropping back on down. I'm watching Tesla. Tesla today is having a nice little gap up. Tesla, the big thing that we talked about is it is breaking that downtrend. You have top resistance, top resistance, top resistance, top resistance, top resistance. And it looks like we are breaking that downtrend for the first time. Tomorrow's data is kind of the big thing that's going to hit or miss over on Tesla. So we want to continue to keep our eyes peeled on that. And then last but not least, we are just watching, some previous top gainers. VERU's been a hot stock. That one's looking to break up through $16. We have RDBX, which has been a hot stock over the last few days. We'll see if that one can start getting a little bit of momentum. And let's just go from there. So team, let's get ready to rock. Let's get ready to go. Let's see what stocks and rips and runs will be heading. Bobby Axelrod, was this you earlier this morning? Absolutely. Absolutely, team. Okay? That's just right out of the gates. That's what I wake up to every single day. 1 minute until the bell. Let's switch over our scanners. Get ready on this big day. Big day. I want every single person here leaving with at least, let's make it realistic, team, $25,000 today, okay? I don't want you guys exiting out of this browser until you walk away with 25K. Every single one of them. We'll keep it nice and minimalistic. Make sure everyone can reach that target today. Everyone over on YouTube right now are like, sheesh, these guys are good. I gotta get involved in TradeCaster. These guys are good. 25. Okay. Hey, I'm coming over. Deck. You got me. 929. Here we go, team. Market opens on up in just a second here. And let's see where the stock's going to be heading. I am going to be watching, as I said, JAN. To see where that play starts ripping and running towards. I just want to make sure everything's all set up on my my brokerage here. No trades that I'm in on at this moment. Just want to show you guys that. No trades I'm in on at this moment. Watching the high of the day momentum scanner. See if anything pops up on the high of the day momentum scanner right here. We basically want to be looking for 20 counts. Stocks that hit like 20 or higher. We also have JAN getting a little bit of love. JAN, I want to throw the VWAP indicator up on these plays so we can see when stocks are considered bullish or when a stock's considered bearish. We do know JAN's going to have a little bit of resistance coming on up. We're keeping our eyes peeled. JAN, if that one spikes, it's going to go up towards, again, like 490-ish. Right now, watching all the high of the day momentum scanner, seeing if there's anything, any pops, rips, or runs here. AERC is trying to get back above $9. AERC, if it does spike on up, the old close of yesterday, probably right around like 930-ish. What's the old close? Looks like, 920-ish. That's going to be holding up as some sort of resistance as well. SIGA, is that getting another bounce off the 13 EMA? I mean, look how strong this green line has been on the 13 EMA over on SIGA. It's been holding and holding and holding and holding and holding and holding and holding. It just keeps holding this 13 EMA. When it does eventually crack that 13 EMA, that's where things are going to start getting ugly. Right now, JAN's trying to hold on up here slightly. JAN, notice it's touching that VWAP like right on the dot over on JAN. If JAN does start spiking, it's probably going to get up somewhere in the 460s, the 470s before it starts start reversing back on down. So I want to see if JAN's going to start spiking. JAN trying to get a little bit of that break of the VWAP. Here's 27 count. You can see 2 million in float stock. JAN trying to get a little bit of momentum behind it. How's the markets doing right now? Remember, markets, very important day today. Why is it such an important day? Take a look at this chart. The 13 EMA, the S&P 500 is currently testing it. The 13 EMA is at 409.20. This is where the 13 EMA is being tested. If we go underneath the 13 EMA, let's say we close at 407, we close at 406, that means we are back on the bearish side of these stocks, which obviously shows weakness. So we will see where we close at today. JAN still trying to move on up. JAN, nice little rip so far. Got up towards a high of the day of 467. If we take a look at JAN and you're saying, Deck, where would be strong resistance? Well, we have this old spiking high right here. We have this old spiking high right here. We have this old spiking high right here. Let's just kind of do some common consensus. Put a resistance line going right across the board. We have this line right at 495. We have this line at 490. We have this line at 495-ish. Probably anywhere, as I said, over on JAN. If you start seeing this play up in the 475s, the 480s, you could start slowly, scaling in on this play to start seeing some sort of reversal, most likely. We just got up towards the high of the day of 477 so far. Are we going to be able to break 477 if you guys are interested in possible shorts? But we do just have a lot of resistance, as we talked about, over on the stock. So I'm interested on getting some possible shares to short over on this play. JAN, 2-minute time frame. I want to see if it goes back up in that 470 mark. Would be like a great area to start getting involved. Stock looks like it's getting a little bit weaker though right now. A little bit weaker. 457's trying to hold up as the VWAP area. But notice just pop, pop, pop. That's the biggest thing. When you're looking for a short on JAN, you just have to look at all these big upper shadows. Upper shadow hit. Upper shadow hit, upper shadow hit, upper shadow. Stock could easily start reversing from there. So that's what you're always looking for on JAN, just these previous upper shadows. JAN trying to move itself on up here slightly. I'm not in on this play. I know AERC is getting a little bit of love as well. JAN, I'm just going to start with a small short of 500 shares on JAN. There we go. So I'm just going to start with a small short of 500 shares on JAN, just in case if that one does start falling, I can make a little bit of cash. I know it's not anything too crazy right now, but I just want to start small. AERC coming on up towards $10 resistance. AERC, hey, team, what do we talk about? A little bit of that mid-candle breakout pattern setup, right? We got AERC mid-candle breakout setup, still trying to get a little bit of love. Still trying to get a little bit of hype. Also, little side note, JAN is this back underneath the VWAP? VWAP's at 456 at this moment. So since we are underneath the VWAP at this time, I'm also going to just add a few more shares over my JAN trade in case that one starts, fading on off here slightly. But AERC right now, this stock still trying to get a little bit of hype. This stock's trying to get a little bit of love. This came right up towards $10 resistance. $10 is not going to be easy to break. If it does, we're going all the way back up towards around the $11 mark. So we got a few plays right now. Few plays, of course, we're keeping our eyes peeled on. Few plays to be watching at this moment. It's been a fun start to this day over on AERC, all the way up towards that $10-ish mark. AERC up towards around $10. I want to see if we can pop back on up. How much are shares expensive to short over on AERC if we wanted to go ahead and, short, let's just say like 1,000 shares or so? Is that anything too expensive? How much is it? 1,000 shares cost $153. So 1,000 shares cost $153. That's not overly expensive because we do know this stock could definitely move in a very sharp manner as well. JAN, still looking a little bit weak right now over on JAN. That one's still slowly starting to fade back on down. We can still add a little bit to that play, because JAN looks like it's starting to fade a lot more. So we're still just adding some shares over on JAN. See if that one can fade all the way back down to like 415. That's just a slow and steady first little short of the day. See if that one's going to get weaker. AERC right now. AERC, this one's still trying to hold right around that $10 mark. BJDX, take a look over on BJDX. BJDX, quick little pop on up. Right now, we're just doing, we have one small order going over on JAN. Other than that, I am watching AERC. I kind of want to see like where the mob's going to go, where the hype's going to go, where the action's going to go, where the activity's going to go, where everyone's going to really start flooding over towards and start making that big cash and that big money. Thank you again for everyone who's joining us today. Absolutely love it. I just want to turn on really quickly. Awesome. Cool. What I did on my end, my friend is a computer guy, and what I did on my end is I'm able to actually see you guys now through your webcams. And I just like, again, to be able to watch you, to make sure, again, you're always just trading the right way. I promise I turn that hack off every single night, but I do want to say you guys are looking great today. I mean, I will say that. You're looking good. No, don't put your hand over the camera. Don't put your hand over the camera! Okay? Don't worry. Don't worry. With great power comes great responsibility. I gotcha. We're good. Right now, 938. Still just staying smart on these plays. Making a little bit of cash as we go. We got JAN right now. JAN making us a little bit of money. Only right now up $187 over on JAN. Not bad, but obviously we would like to make a little bit more. See if that can crack on down towards like 425 or so. AUVI, still trying to make a little bit of cash over on that play. How's Tesla looking? Tesla back on down to 736. Look how close Tesla is, team. Tesla just is like refusing. Tesla just refuses to break this downtrend. I'm telling every single person right now, I am going to put in my entire account once Tesla gets above this purple line. Here's my E-Trade account right now. has $310,000 in it. I'm going to put that in there once we get above this line. You have heard me say it a million times. Resistance, 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 and we are having another red candle as we're touching it. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th touch. This is the 5th time we are touching this purple line. This is the 5th time we are touching this this area. And if we start getting rejected on the 5th time, if let's say there's bad inflation data, let's say again interest rates next week, we could possibly start fading back on down. But once we actually do start breaking that purple line, that's when we're actually going to start seeing a lot more movement. That's where we'll start seeing a lot more hype. That's where we'll start seeing a lot more action. That's where we'll start seeing a lot more activity. SIGA. SIGA is holding that 13 EMA very strong. AERC, what would you guys say? What kind of pattern is AERC on right now? What kind of pattern would you say AERC on at this moment? I wouldn't say it's not a big one, but I would say AERC, we would see a little bit of a bull flag pattern there. I see how AERC is having a nice little spike this morning, right? AERC, nice spike this morning. See the bull flag starting to develop? And if you guys can't see it, no problem. But essentially what we have here, it looks like a flag. We have a pole, which is a right here, and then we have a triangle. This looks like a flag, right? We could have whatever flag you want. And what we have right here is, here's the flag, here's the pole, and that's where we'd look for that next leg on up. We look for AERC to be able to squeeze itself. And we could see a lot of different bull flags. We could see a bull flag pattern right here. We could see a bull flag pattern right there. We see a bull flag pattern right here. We could see a bull flag pattern right there. We could see a bull flag pattern right here. And it usually leads to a squeeze and the stock, trying to push itself on up. So the best case scenario would be if this stock could squeeze itself and push itself back up towards $10 off of this bull flag setup. That's the goal. But I love how you guys are saying, yep, deck, bull flag, bull flag, bull flag. Nice. What's our room to run? We got room. Little heads up. AUVI is hitting that pre-market highs. AUVI at this moment, I'm just kind of switching time frames so you guys can see it a little bit better. We are breaking those highs at this time. If you look at the daily chart, our room to run is up to where? The 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average, 330. That's where traders want to push the stock up towards. Remember, 330 is the goal over on the stock. That's where AUVI wants to go. 330 is going to be a resistance line. That's target for longs and also the entry for shorts. AERC, how's the bull flag? Nope, bull flag cracked in the opposite direction. So look what we had here, team. We had the squeeze happen. We had the squeeze happen over on AERC, but it wasn't the squeeze in the right way. Remember, we have our bull flag. What do we essentially want to happen? We want the stock to get tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter until it's so tight, it, boom, shoots on up. But in this case, what happened? It got so tight and boom, it dumped on down. So that's the thing about bull flags. Bull flags are not always going to be 100% go get them like that. We know there's going to be a rapid move. We're just not sure which way it's going to be sometimes. AUVI still trying to keep itself going though. So let's throw AUVI on watch. And also AERC is not done, team. AERC is not done by any way. JAN, not really, again, dumping the way I want it to. I don't think this play is going to go on any sort of monster spike. I don't really think it should be too concerning, but it's not like it's going on any sort of, bigger dump that I want. I do think this is still going to be a slow and steady downtrend. I'm still very happy with this trade. You can see up, big upper shadow, fade on off. Big upper shadow, fade on off. Big upper shadow, I'm looking for it to fade on down towards that 425-ish mark in time. That's kind of the game plan on that one. But, that one's just a smaller play, slow and steady type of drill. Nothing, again, really too wild and nothing really too crazy. If I had to, I would add some shares to short on that play, up in the 480s or up in the 490s. But JAN, keep that one on the back burner right now. Currently down like 3 cents on that play. Here's AUVI. AUVI is where most of the mob is at. And when I say the mob, I'm referring to the majority of buyers. So when I'm talking about the mob, I'm talking about the majority of buyers. I'm talking about the mob, I'm talking about the majority of traders here. AERC, still sitting right around 922-ish. The SPY hitting some new lows. S&P 500 dropped on down to 408. A little bit of a pop back on up. Tesla right now. Tesla dropped on down towards 731. 729. 729 is a 13 EMA. So we're getting close. I mean, this is, just a little bit of a tricky time. We got to be able to break through. 13 EMA is 730-ish, it looks like. We did come down right to that 13 EMA. And now the S&P 500 is trying to get a little bit more action. Now we're trying to get a little bit more hype, and we'll see how well it's actually going to be able to hold on up and start spiking. So can the S&P 500 start breaking any sort of lows, or is it going to reverse right back on down? Right now, we do have a little bit of an ugly downtrend. Tomorrow, as I talked about, is the big make or break area. Tomorrow is the make or break area. And what do I mean by that? Inflation data. Inflation data is going to get a little crazy here. JAN, another little pop back on up. It's a little heads up team. JAN, just be careful on this one. JAN, how high could the stock run up to if it does start spiking, if it does start running? This stock could spike all the way up towards that high area of around $5. So JAN, I'm currently in on 1,500 shares, as you know. Right now, I'm currently down $140. Currently down $140 at this moment, as JAN just broke it back above the VWAP. But it's not really going with my game plan at this moment anyway. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to lock out of my shares right here, my 1,500 shares. And when in doubt, I'll take a small little loss. Hey, I don't want to, again, hold JAN when it's not making me too much money anyway, and then just have the stock spike all the way up to $5. You know what I can do? If the stock spikes to $5, I can look to reshort it there. But the last thing I'm going to do is just keep holding. I'll take a small loss and I'll look to reshort higher if I need to. But I'm just not going to keep on holding and keep on losing. So that's just like something you want to get in the routine of. If something goes against your plan, don't gamble on it. Find a new plan. Still watching a few plays. Amazon right now. Amazon's getting weaker. Amazon is another play right at its 13 EMA. JAN actually just ran on up and hit a high. That's a great sign that I got out of that play. Remember, I'll take a $200 loss. I'll make that back on my next trade. That's no big iffy whatsoever. AERC. AERC starting to fade a little bit more. George, Sean, we're all busy trading, but I love you. Thanks for all you do. Hey, thank you so much, George. I appreciate that. I love you as well. If no one told you that today, I love you as well. JAN, look at this team. JAN, hard spike, starting to get that hard dump back on down. So, I mean, I still think the thought process is correct if you guys are still holding your JAN shares. Thought process is still correct on the nice short. Stock should start fading back on down. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Spike, dump, spike, dump, spike, dump. The thought process is there. It's like, hey, the stock should, again, just keep on fading. The stock should just keep on, dropping. So I actually am thinking about giving it at least, one more chance here if it can get back up towards that, 450-ish mark for a second. So JAN, I'm going to look for, I just think this is going to be a nice slow and steady fade today. And that's why I just want to try to take advantage of it. So I'm going to jump back in on the short side on that play because it's back underneath the VWAP again. As long as it stays underneath the VWAP, the stock is considered bearish. AUVI, still looking. AUVI still trying to get a little bit of a pop back on up. QTT. AUVI still trying to get up to 320, team. AUVI, remember the 200-day moving average is actually 333. Traders are trying to get this one to go. Traders are trying to push AUVI up towards that 330 mark. And we could definitely see that all of a sudden start, squeezing itself on up. Start getting a little bit of a better rip. Start getting a little bit of a pop. So AUVI, still a good play. And I want to see if are there any sort of, there's AUVI starting to pick on up a little bit. AUVI is probably the most active stock today as well. Just want it. AUVI, the shares are pretty cheap to short as well. They're only about $20 to go ahead and short for every 1,000 shares, which really isn't that expensive at all. AUVI coming on up towards that 13 EMA we talked about, or 200-day moving average. That is going to be a stronger resistance line over on that stock. AUVI 316 so far. How much higher does this stock have left in it? Usually these plays either go right underneath the 200-day moving average or they go right above the 200-day moving average. So far, we're just still slow and steady trying to push itself on up. Can it get above that 320 mark? Can it push on up towards that 200-day moving average? That's where most people are going to start locking in some sort of gains. That's where most people are going to say to themselves, hey, you know what? AUVI, let's take some sort of profits. So high of the day is 316 so far. If we can start breaking 316. That's kind of the game plan right now. If we can start breaking 316, add a few shares, get involved with this play as we're getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. Remember, every play I make, team, I always want to explain it and why I'm always putting the odds in my favor. Putting every single trade with the odds in my favor so I have the best chance of success, the best chance of winning, the best chance of coming out in the green. Now AUVI still trying to push on up a little bit. 315. AUVI. I'm jumping in on this play on the short side. I'm giving this one a chance on the short side because we just hit a brand new high of the day. So just hitting a brand new high of the day, I just want to start getting involved slightly. And this is my thought process. Remember, team, what I have at this moment is AUVI just jumped in with 2,000 shares. The reason why I just jumped in on it is because the 200-day moving average is coming on up. Now, the 200-day moving average isn't until the price of 333. But in stocks, it's not like anything ever goes perfectly to the point, perfectly to the penny. We usually don't see perfectly to the penny in every single way. So as the stock moves up, let's say it moves up to 325, let's say it moves up to 330, let's say it moves up to 335. I'll add shares as we go, but I always like to get a little bit of a starting position just in case if it hits and starts turning back on around. So I like to get at least a little bit of a starting position and basically build from there. So AUVI coming up 326 right now. That's been the high of the day. My current position at this moment over on AUVI is at the asking price of 315. That's where I'm at, 315. That's why I'm starting to go back into the green here whenever we're back down near that 315-ish mark. We do have a little bit of an upper shadow forming. Upper shadows are great signs of weakness that are coming on up. AUVI, I'm actually going to add a little bit over on AUVI. The reason why I'm going to add is because an upper shadow is forming. Take a look at what happened right here. Does everyone remember this? Very big spike. See this upper shadow? And that's where the stock started reversing back on down. I'm seeing something similar happen here, where we have a very nice spike, we have an upper shadow, and then the stock starts reversing back on down. So upper shadows show us that a stock spiked up to an area and then gave back some of its gains. It showed us that a stock spiked up to an area and it couldn't hold that area, and then we started seeing some selling. So whenever we see an upper shadow, we usually are always followed by at least 1, 2, 3 red candles. Sometimes it's a sell-off, sometimes it could only be 1 to 2 candles, but I always like to look to short whenever I do see these upper shadows because that at least tells me there's going to be some sort of reversal on the way. So right now, AUVI, game plan, just making sure everyone understands it, is we have 200-day moving average coming on up here. 200-day moving average is the main reason on why we started shorting this play. This is one of the strongest resistance lines in penny stocks. As we came up to this area, we said to ourselves, hey, we can short right underneath the 200-day moving average, and we can short above the 200-day moving average. That's obviously the goal. AUVI just came up towards the high of the day of 326. 326 is a strong area because that's right underneath the 200-day moving average, and then we started adding to this position once we started seeing an upper shadow form. Once the upper shadow formed, it gave us a little bit more confidence that the stock was going to get some sort of reversal back on down. And now ultimately we're looking for a fade and a drop back down towards around that $3 mark. We do have some success right now over on AUVI of about $110 at this moment. So we are looking for success right here. And then JAN, we're also having some success. That's a different trade at this time. But that trade, JAN, is starting to fade on off, which is exactly what we want. We have 3,000 shares over on AUVI, 2,000 shares over on JAN. JAN right now is paying 145, and then AUVI at this time is paying us currently about 50 bucks. So we got to see if we're going to keep on dropping a little bit more on this trade. But I think we're on the right pace. I think we're on the right track. Right now, the S&P 500, still alive. Still alive and cooking. Tesla got back up towards around 750. And as we know right now, very crazy area over on Tesla. Tesla needs to be able to do what, team? Tesla needs to be able to hold and break this purple line. If Tesla can start breaking that purple line, that's where it's going to be doing some great things. Great things if it can hold that and break that purple line. Once it does that, I think you're good to go. HTCR. Over on HTCR today. HTCR, it's just a little too light in volume for me right now. That's the only issue. Just a little bit too light in volume for me at this time. So just a little too light in volume. And I know right now I'm not doing any ginormous trades. You know, at this moment, there's nothing ginormous, and that's just because I'm not seeing any sort of ginormous moves. I would love to do a ginormous trade with you guys. I would love to go absolutely buck wild with you, but it's just I'm not seeing any 100% spikers. I'm not seeing any sort of ginormous rippers at this moment. I'm seeing a little bit more, you know, easy goers, and that's why I'm trading easy going. You know, you basically want to match the market. Right now, AUVI, looking for that crack. AUVI, we're looking for that crack. We're looking for that drop back down to $3. Looking for AUVI to, there we go, AUVI. AUVI, there we go. AUVI back down to 305 right here. Let's see if AUVI. So notice where I got in though. Team, it really did come down to a lot of that upper shadow. That upper shadow did help us tremendously be able to have success on this play. You know, AUVI had that upper shadow and it's, you know, it's slowly faded back down to 305. Did just get a bounce off 305, so it's still trying to stay alive here. But AUVI right now still just kind of sitting even. And all these plays still kind of just sitting even at this moment. It's not like, you know, the thing is what I'm thinking of right now, you know, this is what's going through my head at this moment. What's going through my head at this time is, deck, obviously you want to make money. Obviously you want to trade. But it's, you know, every trade is, you're either going to have to hold it probably for a while, or you're either going to have to hold it for a while, or, you know, you're going to have to buy bigger shares to be able to make big cash. You know, when I'm taking a look over on JAN right here, JAN has had a total of, you know, move on up, dump on down, move on up, dump on down. I'm either going to have to hold this, you know, throughout the entire day, or I got to go somewhere else. AUVI right here. AUVI just popped on up. And look at this. AUVI came all the way down to 305, bounced off 305, just ran up towards, again, 328. It's going to probably try to get up towards that 200-day moving average of that 330 mark. So let's see how high we can go over on AUVI, and maybe we could turn this into a little bit of a bigger trade. Maybe we could turn this into something a little bit larger. AUVI, another upper shadow. This is still the hottest play of the day. So it's like, if you are going to be able to make cash, if you are going to make money, this is probably going to be where you're going to do it. You just have to be willing to get bigger shares, if anything. So AUVI. Right now, stock is still just sitting. Just came just shy of 330. Just came just shy of that 330-ish mark. Just shy of 330. Right now, it's still just kind of all over the place. Another big upper shadow over on AUVI. Another big upper shadow. So last time we had an upper shadow, the stock faded on off. You know, that was great news. Last time we had that upper shadow, stock faded on off. Stock started getting weaker. Right now, we are kind of doing something similar where we do have another big upper shadow after coming up towards that 13 EMA. We're probably going to pop back up towards, 320 here and there. I'm still just rocking out with that trade. JAN at this moment. JAN, this play, kind of doing the same thing. JAN, I think it's probably going to come back up towards maybe that 466 mark and then probably start fading on off from there. This is a play that, notice what's happening. Spike on up, dump on down. Spike on up, dump on down. Spike on up, dump on down. That's why it's just been a little tough in this market. It's been a little tricky today. I'm not saying today's the day you want to go too wild. I don't think today's the day that you need to go too buck crazy, right? Tesla at this moment, sitting right at 750. How's the S&P 500 doing? S&P 500 sitting right at 411. Tesla testing 750 and trying to break through this area. So could today be the Tesla entry that we want? Well, if we take a look over on Tesla right here, we are right above that purple line. Tesla is starting to cook, and Tesla's trying to get a little bit of volume. So Tesla right now, 754, trying to get a little bit of hype. And Tesla, I like it. I do like it today. You know, the thing that I have been waiting for, as I have stated over and over and over again over on Tesla, that this is the area you want to wait for. You already know it. I can't say it anymore. But if you want to find success over on Tesla, it is all going to come down to this line. That's all it is, right? You look at this right now. Resistance, 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 resistance. We are looking for the break and squeeze right here. It's going to happen. It's going to happen sooner than later. We are going to see that break, that squeeze, that pop, that climb. It will happen over on Tesla. We've had a 3-month drop. We are going to most likely go back up to that 50-day moving average over on Tesla. But let's wait until it breaks through maybe that clear cut, because right now we're still sitting right at top. Right now we're just sitting right at the top mark. Sitting right at the top, waiting to see what's going to happen there. Right now, still watching these plays. Dennis Jordan says, Deck, you've helped me make over $3,000 today. Thank you so much, Dennis Jordan. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. And again, thank you so much for being a longtime member. You're signing up for a year. Woo! Dennis, thank you so much for being here. And again, I'll see you over on tradecaster.com. Right now, we got AUVI. Tesla, we're still keeping our eyes peeled on it. AUVI getting a little bit of a drop. Currently up about $170 over on AUVI. And everything's just been a little bit more slow, as we talked about right now. Everything's just slow and steady right now. No reason to force, no reason to put ourselves in any sort of crazy position. I'm just letting these plays kind of rock out slowly. Here comes AUVI, a little bit more of the drop. Here you go, AUVI. There you go, AUVI. AUVI team, currently up about $300. There you go, AUVI. There you go, AUVI. AUVI. And, you know, I'm happy with it. Don't get me wrong. I know I'm not kind of going crazy at this moment, but I'm happy. Right now, AUVI, we're up $410. So AUVI making, again, a nice $410 profit. We'll start locking in some gains right here over on AUVI. Got 2,000 shares left on AUVI. We'll see if it can stay underneath that $3 mark and start getting a little bit weaker. Locked in a little bit of gains. AUVI still getting weaker right now. So nice short so far. I want to see if it goes down to like 296. AUVI still getting a nice little drop. Now we're down to 297. I'm going to lock in. All right, guys. Right now, AUVI, we just made over $500 over on AUVI. Actually took away our $200 loss from earlier and put us up $236. So right now we are up still $236 on the day, which is absolutely fantastic. Super pumped about that. Super happy about that. Now being up $236. Took away our small loss, and that's what it really comes down to. Take away the small losses. Don't put ourselves in positions where we're just going to lose. And let's just, again, keep on rocking here. Other than that, our other trade we have is JAN. We want to see if JAN is going to start getting weaker. So if JAN starts getting weaker, we'll be able to make some cash over there, and that's going to be fantastic. And then last but not least here, traders, we are watching Tesla. And to see if Tesla is about to break and start moving itself on up even more. I know I'm kind of looking over my last little things here because I may have to jump on in, ladies and gentlemen. I may got to do it. I may have to, team. It just went through. Ladies and gentlemen, I am back in over on Tesla right now. I just jumped in. I put in about $200 or $301,000 on this trade. So I put in Tesla, 400 shares at the cost basis of $754. $754, I just jumped in on Tesla. So I'll let this rock out for a little bit and see what can happen. But I got to be willing to give these stocks a chance. I have to be willing to give, Tesla a chance. I have to be willing to get in where I see the opportunity. And I can't explain how many times it comes down to it, but it's just resistance. If we are above this purple line, we are above this purple line for the first time in 3 months. I just think we have a lot of opportunity to keep on going on up. So I put in $301,000 in on Tesla, 400 shares at the price of $754, looking for it to basically squeeze and start moving back up towards 800. And I'm just being honest with everyone. I'm not going to lie to you and say I'm the best trader in the world, but I'm going to tell you guys right now that I don't know where the exact bottom is going to be. I don't know where the exact bottom on Tesla. If that's the exact bottom, that's amazing. Or if this was the bottom, that's what traders thought. And traders thought this was the bottom, or no, that was the bottom. No, that was the bottom. Tesla obviously could fall on down. But I am waiting for the confirmation of bearishness to bullishness on where I could see opportunity. And this is the first confirmation that I'm seeing in the last few months, which is this downtrend and us trying to break this downtrend. When I take a look, I can see that Tesla has had a downtrend here, downtrend here, downtrend here. I can see if we wanted to, adjust this a little bit. We can see that Tesla had a very big downtrend, and when it broke the downtrend, we had this monster spike. When we break trend lines, we go on very big spikes. That does not mean Tesla is going to $800 today, but it could mean it could go to $800 within the next week. It could mean it could go to $800, by the end of, let's say, next Friday. So let's see what we can do over on this play. Let's see what can happen on this play. And let's see where we can make some possible profits over on this play. So Tesla, we'll let that bad boy rock out for a little bit, but I just want to be transparent and let you guys know that I did just jump back in on that play. So we're going to keep it going here. Also, JAN at this time. JAN, almost doing the same exact thing over and over and over again. If you guys take a look at JAN, what did we just have on the stock? JAN, third time's the charm, right? When we take a look at JAN, what do we have? This stock so far has gone on spike, dump, spike, dump, spike, starts coming back on down. This play, the thing that I dislike about it, who can say maybe the one thing that Sean Deckmar would dislike about holding a short on JAN? What's the one thing that Sean Deckmar dislikes about JAN at this moment? There's a lot of good things going for me on the short. There's a lot of good things that say, okay, hey, this hit resistance at 475 and it faded on off. This hit resistance at 475 and faded on off. This hit resistance at 475 and faded on off. I don't like how we're above the VWAP. That's number one. And I also don't like how this stock at this moment is still building some sort of higher lows, because higher lows do show strength. And I don't think the stock is going to go explosive today. I really don't. But the fact is, it is still building higher lows. It is still showing strength. Right now, I'm up $236. I'm currently down right now about $300 on this trade. If it comes back on down, think about just breaking even, kind of just starting fresh and just saying to myself, all right, Deck, we're even on the day. Let's not put ourselves in any sort of terrible positions by any sort of means. Let's see what comes on up in the near future. So, JAN at this moment, I want to give it a second, but I'm thinking about just, we looked for some trades to kick off our day, but things have been a little bit more on the weaker side. And we're just watching everything over on these stocks, of course. JAN, watch for a little bit of pullback back down to the 450s and probably lock in from there. Right now, down $274. Now it's starting to get a little weaker. Now it's starting to fade. Now it's back down towards that VWAP area. So JAN, just going to lock in where I can. And all right, team. So far today, you're saying, Deck, where are we at here today? Down $100. So we're down $100. No big deal. We just haven't, been able to find that big ripper yet. We just haven't been able to find that big spike, or we just haven't been able to find that big, just giant mover here yet. So let's just give it some time. Let's see what we get. IMPP, little bit of a pop on up. But I may, again, ease it down here slightly. And it's just because we're winning, we're losing, we're winning, we're losing, putting ourselves in decent positions. There's no reason to blow up any sort of huge loss or no for any reason whatsoever. BRID. Now again, Tesla deck, how long do you plan on holding the Tesla trade? I'll hold that at least till tomorrow. No matter what, I'll hold that until tomorrow afternoon. So that play, no matter what team, since it did get a back above that downtrend, I'll be holding that play no matter what until tomorrow. 5 minutes later. All right, guys, I'm getting out. All right, team, I'm moving on. AMD right now, AMD. We just need a little bit more hot. We just need a little bit more hot action. We just need a little bit more volume. We just need a little bit more hot action. We need a little bit more volume, a little bit more activity. Hey, Duck, why don't we all just buy the same stock at the same time? Wouldn't that pump the stock on up and we can all make some good money? Not a bad choice. That's not really my thing though. So I get that question every now and then. That question is, Deck, why don't we all just buy the same stock at the same time and try to push it on up? Because that's what we call a pump and dump, okay? So for instance, if we went over to the stock of LEDS, okay? Let's say we all go to the stock of LEDS right here, and we all buy LEDS at the same time. What do you think LEDS would do if we all, bought it at the same exact time? Most likely LEDS would go on a turn and go on a very big spike. Absolutely. But this whole entire spike would just be what? This whole entire spike would just be all of us. It would just be all of us. It would just be all of us, trying to push this play on up. And then what would happen? All of us would sell. And then the stock would come right back down to where it started. And basically anyone who bought in on this bottom half would win. And anyone who bought in on this top half would lose all their money. So there would be about 50% of people in here saying, yes, I just, again, got a whole bunch of money. And the other 50% would say, Deck, that's stupid. Why did we do that? Right? So, I mean, I don't want to be that guy. Okay? I'm not going to be that guy just pumping and dumping plays. And also, again, you can go to jail for that, or I can go to jail for that. Guys, do you think I would do good in jail? Do you guys think I would do good in jail? Do ya? Huh? Let's be honest. Let's be completely honest with us. Would I do well in prison? The answer is absolutely. I would run that place. I would say that I would be having No. The moment someone comes up to me and says, hey, give me your mashed potatoes, I say yes. I say absolutely. Deck, would you really? I don't know. I'd probably just go in. I'd honestly go into prison acting like a complete psychopath. That's what I would do. If I went in, I would act like a complete psychopath. I would every single night run my head into the wall until it started bleeding. People would be scared to ask me what I did. They say, hey man, whoa, what'd you do to get in here? Everyone sees you here, you're being crazy. And it's like, what did I do? What did I do? Let me ask you one question. Have you ever told 2,000 people at the same time to buy a low float stock on a low condition day? Have you? No! Get my street cred up. Get my street cred up a little bit, Right now, JAN. JAN still trying to hold right here, right along those tops. Tesla, we're trying to get a little bit of action, trying to get a little bit of momentum. LYFT. Anyone seeing anything stand out at this time? Still just trying to stay as smart as we can. Obviously, the number one top gainer is AUVI still. AUVI is working its way on up. Today, as we talked about, I just always want to make sure, team, every single day I'm going to be trading. But I want to make sure I'm not putting you in bad positions. This is how I make my living. I trade every single day. I make money, and we make cash in the stock market. We're able to do swing trades, long-term investments, day trades, all that good stuff. But what does it come down to? Stock trading is 50% knowing when to pull the trigger, and it's 50% knowing when to stay disciplined. We have to make sure that we are putting ourselves on only the best plays, not just putting ourselves just to trade. And we have to know when to get out of a play. Today, what have I had? I've had about 4 trades, 4 to 5 trades. And you can see I'm basically even on the day because I'm always willing to test the waters. And if the waters are cold, if the waters are nasty, then I get out of the waters. JAN, I saw that the stock still had an uptrend. I saw that the stock was holding above the VWAP. I saw that the stock was still holding its gains, right? And this play right here, I wanted to get out of it. So since I got out of this play, it was a smart move. JAN starting to crack on down. Then we did everything we can over on AUVI. AUVI, we made some money on this stock. Stock came back down to $2.95. We locked in profits when we have it. Today's the type of day that we just want to lock in gains when we have it, right? We'll dive into lessons in about 45 minutes, absolutely. Silverback, are you still in Tesla? What did I tell you guys? Am I still in on Tesla? Absolutely. Absolutely, I'm in on Tesla. Guys, I mean, Tesla's only up $1. I'm looking for $800 plus. Right now, Tesla currently up about $1,300 on that play. I mean, I'm not going to be mad about money. I'm not going to be mad about profit. But Tesla's a swing trade. I have been waiting for this day for about 3 months now. Waiting for this day, waiting for this moment for 3 months, and it's finally happened. It's such an exciting time. I'm pumped. I really am. 3 months waking up, saying the same exact thing, having you guys say it. Woo! Say it one more time, Deck. Woo-hoo-hoo! And you know what? Hopefully we never have to say it again. And what that is the downtrend that we have been seeing for 3 months straight looks like it is finally starting to break. We need to be as smart as we can as a trader. And you know what a lot of inexperienced traders say? Hey, let's buy the bounce. Let's buy the dip. No one knows where the dip is. I don't care who you are. Warren Buffett doesn't know where the perfect dip is. No one knows where the perfect dip's going to be. Well, Deck, my actual, calculations and my calculations of what I've seen over the past, 45 days, and it doesn't matter. It just comes down to let's wait for pure confirmation. Pure confirmation. I like to have confidence before I trade. That's what I like to do. I like to be confident before I trade. And how do I get confident on my trades? I say, let me wait until we actually move into a bullish zone. Because I know anything under here is bearish. This is all bearish. Anything from this purple line down is bearish. Because every time we hit this purple line, we move on down. Every single time. So today's the first day that we are actually moving into above the purple line. And above the purple line, who knows what could happen? Maybe we start getting a nice climb. Maybe we start getting a nice rip. Maybe we start getting a nice run. So I'm willing to give these stocks a chance because at least I have confirmation. Think about it as, I grew up in like the Poconos, which is, a mountainous, foresty area, like growing up like basically in the middle of the country. You can think of it. It's like farmland, but also in the wilderness. And something we used to do as kids is go cliff jumping. Cliff jumping, I would love it. I'd be one of the guys that would always jump from one of the highest heights. Okay, I wouldn't mind. But the one thing I always wanted first was I just wanted one person to just jump before me. That's all it was. And the reason why I always wanted one person to always jump before me is just because I wanted to see if they landed, they came on up. Because we can't see the bottom of the water. We don't know if a tree is there. We don't know if the ground is there. We don't know if anything is there. Right? So whenever I went cliff jumping with friends, growing up, I would do whatever everyone else wanted to do. But it was just, I wanted someone else to jump first. Show me that it's deep enough. And whenever someone jumped and went in, I aimed for the same exact spot, right? That's what I always did. Every time I jumped in, I was like, that's the spot I know because that's the spot that's safe. But, what's the story behind this is I waited for confirmation. I didn't take the random risk of jumping first, because you know what happened? Growing on up, half my friends died doing that. Oh, whoa, Deck, this turned dark. Okay, no one did that. Thank goodness. But at the same time, I didn't want to be the person that accidentally maybe broke a leg or something, bad happened. I wanted to be the person that said, hey, you know what? I want to make sure that I'm jumping with confidence. Kind of had a little dark twist there for a second. Jeez Louise, Deck. This is a PG-rated live stream. JAN. Ooh, look at that team. JAN got the dump. JAN started to get weaker. Hank Derrick, do you have 2 accounts, Deck? There's one with 10K followers. I do not have 2 accounts. There's the Deckmar Trades account and Sean Deckmar, and that's it. Unfortunately, if you just type in, easy thing to do is type it in on Instagram. Type in Sean Deckmar on Instagram. Type in Sean Deckmar over on Facebook. If you type Sean Deckmar on Facebook, you got this Sean Deckmar, and this Sean Deckmar, and this Sean Deckmar, and this Sean Deckmar, this Sean Deckmar, this Sean Deckmar, this Sean Deckmar, this Sean Deckmar. Look at this, guys. Look, Sean Deckmar Rodriguez. Sean Deckmar Rodriguez. ¿Dónde estás la biblioteca? Pero o la baño. ¿Qué? Señor. On Facebook, Sean Deckmar Rodriguez. ¿Qué? Unfortunately, that is not me. It's traders. Right now we're just sitting on a Tesla trade, currently up $2,000 on the day. Not too bad, not too shabby. Hopefully we close on up near around 775. JAN with the nice dump. Not going to, again, jump back in on JAN, but that one is getting a little bit weaker. SIG at this moment. Still looking. I know things are a little bit lighter, things are a little bit slower, so we will be going into brand new boot camp lessons coming on up. Just a little heads up, team. We are in, if you guys are just joining us on this Thursday, we are in boot camp time. So make sure that you guys are on top of that, and make sure you guys are aware of that every single day, no matter what, we're going to do as much as we can with the market. But if we can't make anything come from the market, we will be doing what then? We will just be looking for boot camp lessons and doing lessons throughout the entire morning. No matter what, I am not a person that says, hey, nothing's going on, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm a person that says, let's live trade all morning. If we can't trade, well, let's go ahead and let's do lessons. Let's make sure you guys benefit from being here every day. Let's run through these top gainers. See if we can get a trade. AUVI. 13 EMA, right up towards around that 329-ish mark, started fading back on down. PBTS is getting a little bit of love. PBTS from 38 cents up towards 62 cents, starting to fade slightly. BJDX, SONN. If you guys see something jumping out, please let me know. Koala, hey Deck, do you have any videos about demand zone? I don't know anything about that. I'll be honest, I'm not too familiar with demand zone and what that is. Obviously, we have over 300 lessons in the video library. We have 308 lessons on level 2, shorting, entries and exits, candlesticks, indicators, trend lines, all the good stuff that you guys need right here. But no, if there's like a synonym for that, or I'm just not too familiar with it to be straight up with you. J-Chan for JAN, if 475 was tough resistance earlier and the stock went above, why wouldn't it hold as strong support in this case? JAN, you got to look at the stock's characteristics. The characteristics. Who's ever seen that movie Forrest Gump? You ever see Forrest Gump? You ever see Lieutenant Dan? Lieutenant Dan, if you guys have ever seen Forrest Gump, he got mad at Forrest Gump. And the reason why he got mad at Forrest Gump is because he was supposed to die out on the battlefield. Lieutenant Dan, it was his destiny. It was his destiny because his great-great-grandparents died in a war. And his great-grandparent died in a war. And his great-grandpa died in a war. And his grandpa died in a war. And again, his dad died in a war. It was his destiny to dive in on that or die in that war. And you know what happened? Forrest Gump saved him. So what am I trying to say here? Stocks are kind of like Lieutenant Dan. Stocks have characteristics. Stocks follow genes. And what are the genes? Well, for instance, when I take a look at JAN and you say, Deck, why didn't JAN hold on up? Well, let's start back here. Did JAN hold up back here? Nope, his great-grandpa died in a war. And did JAN hold up right here? Nope. Great-grandpa died in a war. Did it hold up right here? Nope, died in a war. Hold up right here? Nope, died in a war. Nope. See, it's the same thing every single time. You could think about the same exact thing, let's say, on, the way you look. If your great-great-grandparents have red hair, you probably have, or your great-grandparents probably have red hair. And then your grandparents probably have red hair. And your parents may have red hair. And then you have red hair. Same exact thing with, blue eyes, right? If you guys have blue eyes, probably because your parents have blue eyes. If you're tall, your parents are tall. If you're extremely athletic, good-looking, great smile, just all around humorous, just lightens up for, okay, guys, you got to understand. You got to understand these stocks are just going to follow their past chart history pattern. That's what it really comes down to, okay? NKFW, what if I was adopted? I don't know then. It's a tough call. But you gotta always look through, again, past chart history pattern. Right now, obviously, we're still watching for that Tesla move. Tesla just slow and steady. First time breaking that line, and we're looking for that to slowly move on up. 13 EMA is back down to 733, and then we also do have the 200-day moving average at 720. All right, team, come on, baby. I need everyone right now. Stand on up, wake up a little bit. Team, it's 10:27 in the market. It's not 9 o'clock at night. Wake up, people. Let's keep it going. Let's have some fun right here. Let's get ready to go into it and see what's going to be coming on up here next. Traders, ladies and gentlemen, I need every single person here to start getting a little bit more enthusiastic, I should say. I need every single person here to start bringing up the energy levels, bringing them up, okay? Because if your energy levels aren't up to here, well, then you're doing something incorrect. Let's play a little game right now. I need everyone to stand up, do a couple squats, do a couple burpees. We'll do them together. That's one. I think that's good. I think that's more than enough, honestly. I think I'm set. Nice little break right there. Got ourselves fired up. Got ourselves ready to rock and roll. 10:28 in the market. Looking for that possible next day trade on the day. Jorge Lopez. Deck, those are some short shorts. They're running shorts. They're athletic shorts. Something you know very little of. I was an All-American. Okay? I was an All-American. I used to throw kids like you into lockers back in the day. I used to take your lunch money, milk money, buy myself, again, a fat-free milk and go ahead and kiss the captain of the cheerleading squad. That's what I was. Guys, peasants. Sometimes it's easy to act tough over the internet, isn't it? It's easy to. To be honest with you guys, I was on the golf team, okay? I was on the golf team growing up, all right? So just if you ever think I'm being a little mean, it's just because I was. Let's not talk about it, okay? Let's just relax. Tesla, we're feeling good though. Tesla, we're still feeling good. Currently up about $4,000 on the day. How many other traders here are with me on Tesla? How many other traders here are feeling good about Tesla? Right now, Tesla, we're currently up $3,802. I love you too, buddy. Jorge, I love you, buddy. Love you as well. Thank you. Econ, Deck, what made you buy Tesla? Someone, security! Security! Can we get this guy out of here? Get him out of here! Get him out! Let's see what's going on with JAN. See what's going on with JAN at this moment. JAN, still watching this play. IMPP getting a little bit of a fade back on down. Tesla, nice little slow and steady move. I mean, Tesla's the best play we got today. Best play we got today. S&P 500 trying to get a little bit more of that hype and trying to get a little bit more of that action now. And here comes the S&P 500 bouncing off that 13 EMA. Now, we need to remember that the big thing that we need to understand, is that tomorrow, everything can change. Holding Tesla into tomorrow could be great, and it could be the start of really being able to make a lot of money. But we also need to say to ourselves, we have CPI data coming tomorrow. All right? CPI data. That's going to be the next big thing we truly have to be focused on. I always like to take a look right here just to get an update. I always like to read CNBC just to get an update. It says stocks fall slightly as investors await key inflation data. It says stocks were modestly lower on Thursday as investors monitored the health of the economy ahead of a key inflation report. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 96 points or 0.3%. The S&P 500 dipped 0.3% and NASDAQ Composite shed 0.2%. Let's keep it going. Tesla rose more than 2% after UBS upgraded the stock to buy. The firm also said the electric vehicle maker can rally more than 50% from current levels. We're going on down even more, and it's we are looking for, of course, shares on target were falling. It comes all down to tomorrow. Tomorrow is the big thing. We also have CNBC. CNBC says the recession will hit in the first half of 2023, and the Dow is headed lower, says a survey. I love that. Love that, guys. This is a survey. You want to hear a fact? 80% of stock traders lose. Okay, 80% of stock traders lose. We just asked 100 traders when a recession is going to be. Start of 2023. Got it. Wrong answer. Let's find something else. Whatever I read, I always do the complete opposite. Stock trading sometimes really is a game of opposites. It really is. It's a game of opposites in a lot of ways. And what do you mean? Just because, how many times, team, how many times have you ever listened to your friend's group chat? How many times have you ever listened to your cousin's uncle's friend who got out of prison who says that this stock was going to go on up? How many times have you read Reddit and it just says, oh yeah, that's the next big play. I'm going to buy that one. I'm going to get involved with this one. I'm going to get involved with that one. And you were incorrect on it. It's because, remember the statistic. The statistic is 80% of stock traders will fail. So in all reality, if you do the opposite of what everyone else does, you are going to win more than you lose. When everyone is saying, buy, 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 you know what my little devious mind thinks of? I'm like, hey, okay, I'm about to short this one. How was I able to make over $500,000 last year? I made $551,000 last year. How did I do that? Everything that everyone said, go buy, go buy, go buy, all we did was short, short, short. And we did that over and over and over again. So some of it is just, a little bit of psychology. So we will keep our eyes peeled on these plays, seeing what's going to be coming on up here next. 10:35 in the market. Does anyone have any sort of questions, comments, or concerns? Anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns? Coelacanth, SONN has good news, so why did it die? Let's check it out. SONN has good news, so why did it die? This play, SONN. Just because, let's do a little history right here. This stock was the number one gap up in pre-market. Has any number one gap up has held its gains? SONN gapped on up, came crashing on down. If you want to take a look at JAN. JAN, what did we see when it had the very big gap up? Right here. JAN had the very big gap up, came crashing on down. What else did we have here? VTVT. VTVT had a very big gap up. It came crashing on down. For the past 2 weeks, whatever has been the number one top gainer has become the number one top loser. Take a look at QNST, QNSR. Someone help me out on it. Who remembers it? QRST, I want to say. Something like that. It was a gap up, like 2 days ago. And that play essentially, had a gap up and just came crashing right back on down. That's really been just the same thing we have seen. QNRX, is that what it was? Thank you. And look at this. You can see QNRX. All this play did is have a very big gap up and come crashing on down. B-Wall, I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. So you could see, again, a very big spike, and then the stock just came crashing on down. So if you said, hey, why is this play today? Why are we seeing SONN come crashing right back on down? It's because nothing has been able to hold its gains. We haven't seen any stock be able to hold its gains yet, after having a gap up. AUVI at this time. AUVI trying to move itself back on up here slightly. I'm still holding my Tesla play at this moment. Caesar, do you go live every single day? Every single day I am live. Every single day. But I, again, go live on tradecaster.com. So we go live every single day over on tradecaster.com. It is free your first 7 days, and then it comes out to $3 a day if you want to become a member. So that's the thing. I don't obviously want to, give any sort of sales pitch to you guys. That's not why you guys are here. But it just comes down to the fact that so many people are like, Deck, I want to learn how to trade stocks. I want to become a full-time stock trader. I want to be the best trader I can be. I want to do this full-time. Okay, hey, let's work together. Let's do it. I don't want to spend $3. But you go out and, I don't know. You go out and you spend money on Starbucks. You spend money on, this or that. You spend money on your NFTs. You do this. You know what I mean? It's like $3 to change your life. $3 to learn how to trade stocks, to be able to make hundreds of dollars. It's an investment. I pay $100 a month for trade ideas. You know why? Because trade ideas makes me thousands of dollars a month. I pay $80 a month for Scans News Streamer. You know why? Because it helps me find the news to be able to make thousands of dollars. That's what you guys got to be able to understand. You're always going to have to put a little in to get a lot out of it. Put a little bit to be able to change your life, to be able to get something out of it. That's what an investment is. So you got to make sure you understand it. But being here on Tradecaster every single day, I live stream every single day. You have access to, again, a 200-hour video library with over 300 lessons in it that teaches everything. We have boot camps on every single topic you could imagine, from options to level 2 to breakout patterns to support and resistance to entries and exits. And then on top of that, we also have our live streamers, and you have access to all these other live streamers as well, such as AK47 and Juan, who are live streaming at this time. So you have access to my live stream and other live streamers that are currently live right now. Thoughts on QTT? Want to take a look at it? So yeah, check it out, everyone over on YouTube. Come on over. Love to be able to work with you guys day in and day out. NXTP real quickly is up 187%. NXTP. Is this play? I want to check it out. NXTP. NXTP, 145% gain. This stock is on the NASDAQ. Take a look over on NXTP. This stock has been moving right up towards that 50-cent mark. I want actually possible play here. Just right up towards, again, that 50-cent mark. NXTP. Any shares available on this play? There are shares available over on NXTP if we wanted to jump in on this one as a possible day trade. Comes back up towards around like 45 cents or so. And it's just because NXTP just went from 19 cents all the way up to 50 cents. Obviously, the stock has room to fall. Just ran all the way up towards 52 cents. Stock has room to fall probably all the way back down towards around 35 cents. It's not really getting any sort of bounce play right now, though. It's basically just spiking straight back on up. And look at NXTP. NXTP spiking on up. Now starting to get a little bit weaker. So unfortunately, I would love to be able to look for that quick little short, but I know it's going to probably get some sort of bounce play right around 37 cents. But that was a nice rip. That was a little bit of a random rip right around 10:30. A little bit of a random rip, a little bit of a random spike, a little bit of a random move right here. Going on such a nice play right around that 10:30-ish mark. All right, traders. Right now, it is currently 10:41 in the market. 10:41. I'm going to set up our boot camp on the day, and let's get into some boot camp lessons because it seems like, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to trade too much. A lot of these plays so far today, such as AUVI, it hit the 200-day moving average, starting to fade on down. You know, NXTP was just kind of a little bit of a random move right up at 10 o'clock in the morning, now starting to fade back on down. I'm happy we do have a decent Tesla entry. Tesla, that's very solid. I do think Tesla's probably going to fade back on down here a little bit, probably back down towards like 750-ish or so. So don't feel like you missed out on it. I do think it's going to fade back on down towards around like the 750 area and probably bounce off near the VWAP. So you guys are still absolutely fine. But I want to make sure we're learning. I want to make sure we're getting after it. So team, at this point, I want everyone stand up, go to the bathroom, do what you guys got to do, get a quick drink of water, and let's get back here in about a minute and a half, and let's get ready for our boot camp. Sound good? So, boot camp time. Gonna be starting on off right here. Let's see what we get. Let's see what comes on up, and let's have a little bit of fun. So I am, again, absolutely pumped on up to see you guys be able to learn and be able to have you guys grow as traders. We'll dive into a nice little boot camp lesson, and we'll really get involved and get this party started. Right now, NXTP did just get a little bit of the bounce play back on up. So actually, let's give this a second. Let's give it 1 second here because I would love to be able to trade if I can. NXTP, right around 45 cents, has a lot of room to be able to fade back on down. Oh. So NXTP, a little bit of a pop all the way back up towards that, 45-cent mark. I think that's going to go up towards, again, like 47. And remember, I'm currently down today. Currently down $102. That's what I'm down. I'm in the red, $102 so far today. I know Tesla, a little bit of a fade, as we talked about. I know NXTP, slow and steady little drop back on down. NXTP should get a nice crack sooner than later here. NXTP. And NXTP most likely going to start fading all the way back on down and slowly starting to drop. I am going to jump in on NXTP, guys, just because I think it's going to slowly fade back underneath the VWAP. So I am going to jump in on NXTP. I got filled at 41 cents, which, I'm happy with. 41 cents. I jumped in with 20,000 shares on the short side. 20,000 shares on the short side. And let's just see if we can make like a quick buck on this play. See if it can crack back down to the VWAP. Right now we're up $500. So let's see here. NXTP. Let's see if we can get underneath that and we can actually be able to make a little bit more cash. Stock has room to fall back down towards probably around like 37 to 36 cents. Right now we're up $608, $616. I shorted 20,000 shares on this play, and it's now starting to crack that VWAP a little bit. Let's see how well this one can spike back on up. Right now we're up $618. $618. Being underneath the VWAP, I think it's going to be a slow and steady little fade. We should basically see like this sort of downtrend. So let's let that one rock out for a little bit. See if I can make over $1,000 over on NXTP as traders just start giving up on this one. But that's going to be my current trade, my new trade. We'll sit there, give it a second. So let's dive into a boot camp though. Dive into a boot camp. Everyone take 1 minute right here so that you guys are all set, ready to go. And then we'll be all ready to rock. All right, everyone take a minute. I'm going to set up this boot camp. Go get a cup of coffee. Go to the bathroom, whatever you guys got to do. I'm going to keep my NXTP on the short side trade right here, 20,000 shares. And just see this one probably fade on off throughout our boot camp lesson. All right, great job, great work. Let's keep on crushing it. I'll see you guys back here in about 1 minute, and we'll be all set, ready to go for an awesome brand new boot camp lesson ahead. Let's do it, traders.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
All right, traders, let's get back into it. Let's get ready to rock and roll. And let's see what's going to be coming on up here, because I am very excited to see what we're going to get. Right now, NXTP is getting a little bit of a break of that downtrend. We do have our top resistance line at the highs all the way up towards, again, like 49 cents. That would be, where we expect the stock to possibly get all the way up to if the stock ever did start spiking. Really not too concerned over on NXTP. We'll keep our eyes peeled on it as we're doing our lesson. But this stock right now definitely has a lot of opportunity on both sides. But I'm just going to move this to the bottom right-hand corner as of now. Now, let's start talking about some trades. Let's start talking about these plays. Let's start diving into this boot camp. So what have we learned so far in our boot camp? In our boot camp so far, and it's only been 3 days, we have gone over expectations, how to properly be successful as a stock trader. We've gone over the way that you should be able to start your stock trading, on how you should paper trade and strategies on paper trading, how to build up your emotional tolerance. We've gone over different things to avoid stock trading. We've gone over support and resistance and how support and resistance works. We've gone over the 3 different lines of support and resistance. We've also gone over game plans. Remember, we did our game plan. We talked about 2-to-1 ratios. So today we got to start moving ourselves on up a little bit more in our boot camp. And throughout the next 20 days of our boot camp here on Tradecaster, we are going to continuously keep on building. Keep building up this foundation. We're thinking about it as building a huge skyscraper. We have laid down the concrete. We have laid down the foundation. And from now, all we have to keep doing is just keep going floor by floor by floor by floor until we get all the way up to where we want to be, that penthouse. That's where we want to get to. We want to get to that penthouse. That's where we want to be able to say to ourselves, hey, I know everything about the stock market. So today, what is going to be our boot camp? We're actually going to go into 2 different lessons today on our boot camp because we got a little bit of time. Number 1, we're going to be going into candlesticks and how candlesticks work. Essentially, how can we read a chart on these candlesticks? Very important. Then on top of that, we are also going to be learning about time frames. Time frames are going to be very important. And then also we're going to be learning different strategies in the stock market that can lead to success in the market. So let's go ahead and let's start getting this going because we have a lot, right? We have a lot of stocks that we need to be going over, or excuse me, a lot of boot camp lessons today that I want to be going over and making sure that every single day you guys are crushing it. So game time starts right now. And let's get this party started, team, with today. Today, we are starting off our next boot camp lesson with candlesticks. Candlesticks are going to be crucial to be able to understand how they work. It's essentially us going to be able to read a chart, read within a minute, read within a certain time range of that we choose, and understand where the stock has been, where the stock is currently going. Candlesticks is going to be able to help you read chart setups. And that's why they're so important. You may have seen, when you look at a chart, a whole bunch of red and a whole bunch of green. But are you just looking at that chart, or can you actually read that chart? And that's today. That's what we're going to break down today. So what are candlesticks? Candlestick charts are used by traders to determine possible price movement based on past patterns. Candlesticks are useful when trading as they show 4 price points: the open, the close, the high, and the low. Throughout the period of time, the trader specifies. Many algorithms are based on the same price information shown in candlestick charts. Trading is often dictated by emotion, which can read in candlestick charts. So when we think about this, we have a couple big things going on here. Candlesticks are going to help us determine past chart history. If we see a certain candlestick have, let's say, an old high, that could mean the current day. If they have a candlestick up to the same high, that's probably where the stock would start reversing. Candlesticks and human psychology go hand in hand. If I see in the past a stock gets rejected at $5, I see that on the candlestick. Today, I might say to myself, hey, this stock may be getting rejected at $5. Can anyone think of a nice example that maybe we've seen of today on candlesticks and how psychology and how past chart history pattern would help us be able to make money on the specific play? Well, if we take a look, let's think about VUZI. Not VUZI. What stock am I thinking of, team? What stock got hit at 5? Oh, AUVI. There we go. AUVI, right? No, what am I thinking of? What stock am I thinking of, team, with the three long candles? I'm blanking out right here for a second. AERC that we have seen all morning. I got to look through my trading logs really quickly. JAN. Thank you, Lord Falco. Thank you, Tirth Patel. I had a little brain fart there for a second. I appreciate you guys. So what was the stock that we saw right here? JAN. JAN, I look at the daily chart, and what does the daily chart tell me? Well, look how awesome this is just by candlesticks. Candlesticks, we have our top resistance right here at $5. And I can see that we have our top resistance right here at $5. And I see we have top resistance right here at $5. And I can also see we have top resistance right here at $5. And I could see even in the past right here, every time we have an upper shadow, it usually leads towards a very big reversal. So just by seeing this candlestick, just by seeing this stock, I'm saying a few different things to myself. I'm saying, okay, hey, if I'm looking at today, if I'm diving in and looking at today, I'm going to assume that $5 is going to be a very strong resistance line, because the past few candlesticks, every time it comes up to $5, that's where we have a very strong resistance. And candlesticks are telling us that and basically enforcing what we're seeing. And stocks go up because people buy them. Stocks go down because people sell them. If I saw that everyone sold at $5 here, and I saw that everyone sells at $5 here, and I see everyone sells at $5 here, what do you think I'm going to do today? I'm going to say to myself, if this stock comes up towards $5, I'm going to sell this stock off. And notice how everyone did that, because we're all following the past chart history pattern based off candlesticks. And now we're saying to ourselves, wow, this is pretty incredible. If I look at the past and I look at these candlesticks, I can start asking myself and telling myself, is the stock going to turn here? It should turn here. That's what it's done in the past. Past chart history is going to help us be able to understand what a stock is going to be doing next. So let's understand really how a candlestick works. We may see either white or black candlesticks, or you might see green or red candlesticks. If you see white or black, white is going to be the same thing as green, and black is going to be the same thing as red. But let's look right here. How does a candlestick work? Well, a candlestick essentially is going to be showing us if it's a green candle, that means it's going up. So that's the first thing. Green candle means we're going up. The bottom is always going to be the open. We're the green candle of what we call the real body. The real body is going to be between the open and the close. The open of the day, the close of the day, if we're in a daily chart. If we're in, let's say, a 1 minute time frame, it would be the open and the close on that 1 minute. If we're in a 5 minute time frame, it would be the open and the close on that 5 minute period. Then we also have what? We have the upper shadow and the lower shadow. The upper shadow is going to show us the highest point we were at throughout whatever time frame we choose. So let's just make it easy for the rest of this, lesson, or the rest of this, slide. We'll just say we're looking at the daily chart. So that would show us that on the daily chart, this point right here was the highest we were throughout the entire day. And this point right here would show us the lowest point we were at throughout the entire day. But since we know it's a green candle, we can automatically assume the low is the bottom, the high where it closed at is the top, and we have, of course, the high of the day and the low of the day. It's pretty simple and pretty easy when you think about it. Then it's just going to be completely flipped on the opposite side. We still have our upper shadow. Our upper shadow shows us the highest point of that day. We still have a lower shadow, and the lower shadow still shows us the lowest point of the day. And we still have the real body, which is going to be in between the open and the close. But what's the difference on the red candle? The red candle is, since the stock moved down on the day, it's a red candle, which means it opened up here and closed down here. That's the only difference between the red and the green, is just that the open is up here and the close is down there. And that's it. So when I look at a candle right away, let's say I go back to this chart and I say to myself, all right, hey, JAN, what did this stock do on these certain days? I can now get a very quick understanding about this stock. So I can pick out any price point, any candle right here. Let me just take a screenshot. And let's say I'm going to pick this big upper shadow. I know right away at this point, what? I know, whoa, okay, there's the high of the day, there's the low of the day, that's where the stock closed at, right? If I take a look, I can see high of the day is at $5, low of the day where we opened was right around $3.80, and we closed right around $4.25. The next day, it gapped on up to $4.34, fell on down to $3.95, finished off the day at $4.12. Next day, it opened up at $4.05, spiked on up in the morning to $4.20, dropped on down to $3.90, closed the day around $4. We could see it, we had a very large gap up to $4.61, we spiked up to $4.90, fell all the way down to $3.60, closed the day at $3.74. Next day, we gapped on down to $3.50, closed the day all the way back down to $2.49, maybe a couple cents up, maybe a couple cents on down. Then again, we had a very big gap up to $3.60. The stock spiked all the way up to $5, fell all the way back on down and closed at $4.06. Look how fast we're able to do that. Look how fast we're able to understand these things. We're able to say to ourselves, wow, this is awesome. Wow, this is great that I'm able to know within seconds what a stock has done in its past. So this is the daily chart. And now when we take a look at the minute chart, it's going to be the same exact thing, but each candle represents 1 minute. I remember when I first started stock trading, I used to get so confused. I used to say to myself, how is JAN? How is this on this side right here, JAN? But also this on this side, how is that also JAN, right? How is this JAN and this JAN? And essentially, since we're in on a 1 minute time frame, we are just looking at JAN all with inside this candle. Basically, we are so zoomed out right here. We are looking at this candle and we are inside of that candle because what happens on this day right here makes up this candle. So we're basically looking at a whole bunch of miniature candles inside these candles, right? Now, JAN at this time, we can get a good understanding of what's going on with this play. Just a very quick visual sense. If I see and I look at JAN, I can see in the morning time, we had a lot more green. If we have a lot more green, that means a lot more buyers. Then what else can I see here? In the afternoon time or during lunch hours, we're seeing a lot more red, which is showing a lot more sellers. What I can also see about JAN, which helps me out a lot, is going with those upper shadows again. Every time I see an upper shadow, JAN has a bad habit of not only on the daily chart that I already showed you, but every single time that this stock has some sort of upper shadow, it seems like it usually gets some sort of reversal. Upper shadow drops, upper shadow drops, upper shadow drops, upper shadow drops. Every time it gets an upper shadow, it just looks like it gets some sort of reversal behind it. And this it seems like no difference. Upper shadow, okay, Sean, sell your shares or short it. Stock goes on down. Upper shadow, sell your shares or short it. Stock goes on down. Upper shadow, sell your shares or short it. Stock goes on down. We see that seem like it happens over and over and over and over again. So now we can start picking up little hints and little clues about these plays. So let's keep on going here and let's start understanding this even more. So when we're understanding this, these candles, now it comes down to understanding these candles within certain time frames, right? We always want a daily chart and an intraday chart up. We want to see the start of the day in the most detail possible. Patterns will change with different time frames, so be in the right time frame at all times. This is probably the most popular question I get in stock trading. It probably is the most popular question. People always ask me, Deck, what time frame should I be looking at? And what they're referring to is, should I be looking at JAN right now? Should I be in on JAN on a monthly chart? Should I be in on JAN in a 60-minute chart? Should I be on JAN in a 10-minute chart? Should I be on JAN at a 1-minute chart? Because everything looks different then. It looks like a completely different stock when you change all the time frames around. So what's the best thing for us to do? How can we be able to make profit? How can we be able to make money? What I always do is, number one, I'm always going to have a daily chart up and a 1-minute chart or an intraday chart. I always have a daily chart up because I want to see what the stock has done in its past. I want to be able to see at least the last 6 months. So I have 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 7 months here. Usually, again, I'm sitting more like this where I see the last 5.5 months. I want to see what this stock can do. I want to see what the stock is made of. I want to see if I type in, let's say, INDO, I see that INDO has gone on a very big spike. I can see that INDO has been falling for the last, few little bits. I want to be able to type in SIGA and I look at SIGA and I see SIGA has been very hot over the last few days. I can see that this stock has been very crazy, holding the 13 EMA. So I always like to have a daily chart. But as we talked about, the daily chart is going to be showing us what is going on within the intraday chart. The intraday chart is actually today, what's forming this green candle, what's forming this area. So When I look at SIGA at this time, and I'm focused over on SIGA, what do I want to do at this moment? And give me 1 second. I want to help out Webinito traders here. So I just got to refresh Webinito for everyone. And we'll get back into it. Don't you worry. Throw this on over as I always do. The report tomorrow is called CPI report. So it stands for inflation report. All right, Webinito is back on up for anyone who needs it. So Webinito is up. All right, now let's get back into this. The easiest way to be able to understand timeframes is this is my favorite example. Grab your phone. Grab your phone right now. Go to your text messages. And now click a text message and try to read it like this. I will tell you right now, I cannot read my text message at this moment. I can't read it. And why is that? Because my face is too close to my phone. Now, let's do the opposite. Let's put our phone down. I'm putting my phone down next to my computer, and I'm going way back here. Now try to read your text message. Try to read it from back here. I still can't read it. And the reason why I can't read it is because, one, I was way too close, and then I was way too far away. So when I look at these plays right here, I have my daily chart up and I have my intraday chart up at this time. What should I be doing on these time frames? The goal is to have as much detail as possible where you can see the start of the day and the current time frame. So right now it's 11:06 in the market. Can I see the start of the day at 10:90 and where we're currently at? And that answer is yes, I can. I can see both of them. So right now at this moment, I'm okay to be in a 1 minute time frame. But even this is starting to push it slightly because I only have a few minutes left until I can't see the start of the day. So a lot of times at around like 11 o'clock, I might be in a 2 minute time frame. 2 minute time frame shows me more of pre-market, gives me a little bit of a heads up, shows me the start of the day, still gets me a lot of detail. And on top of that, I'm able to see the current price area. The issue is a lot of people are too far away. If I'm in a monthly time frame, how is this supposed to help me? If I'm in on a 60-minute time frame, how is this supposed to help me? This is not giving me much detail. This is just like a block of red. That doesn't help me understand as a day trader where these stocks are going to be going next. This gives me ideas. This shows me, okay, hey, we had a nice higher low pattern. The higher low pattern broke. This stock cracked down underneath the VWAP. It did have some nice upper shadows. The stock had SIGA. This stock came on up towards around that 1160 mark, then started fading back on down. Crack of $11. We have the 13 EMA. I can see this in a much better fashion. I can take a look at JAN, 2 minute time frame. I can see upper shadow, ran up to $5. Stock again also had a nice little crack of its uptrend. Stock started fading on off. I have good detail. I can't see that though, team, if I look into a 30-minute time frame. I can't see that. So I want to have as much as I can, right? I want to have as much detail as I can while still being able to see the start of the day. Now you might say, Deck, why is it important that we see the start of the day? And personally, I like to see more than the start of the day. I like to see pre-market as well. So that's why a lot of times I'm in on a 2 minute time frame so I could see pre-market. But let's just imagine. Let's go to JAN yesterday, and let's just imagine that JAN, it is currently 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm in on a 2 minute time frame because Deck says we want to have a lot of detail. Well, this isn't going to be very helpful to me because when I take a look at JAN, it looks like the high of the day is 388. It looks like the low of the day is 360. And I say, okay, hey, if it comes up to 390, we should have a breakout. That's going to be the high of the day. That's going to be the best spike of this play here. And, you know, if we keep on scrolling on back, who knows? Maybe it is the high of the day. No, it went higher up here. And I got to keep scrolling on back. And I got to keep going. So the thing is, it's much better to just say to ourselves, all right, hey, if it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we shouldn't be in a 2 minute time frame. We should probably be in a 3 minute or a 5 minute time frame where if I scroll back, okay, I can see the start of the day, I can see pre-market, and I'm better to go. So what does this phone example have to do with anything? So basically, if we are in a 1 minute time frame, 1 minute time frame at let's say lunchtime or in the afternoon, it's like us trying to read our text messages like this. We can't do it. It's like too hard. We have too much detail. It's you ever play those games before? Sometimes, sometimes it'll be like a book, and it'll be like super zoomed in, and it'll say, what is this item? Okay, we'll play this game right now. If anyone can get this correct, I'll be impressed. So let's play this game right here. We'll go right here. What is this item? And it's just because we're gonna be so close to the screen. Ready? 3, 2, 1. We're too close to the screen. But what is it? It is, it took you for a second, but it's deodorant. And the thing is, if it's super close to the screen, it's tough to tell. But if you just take a little bit of a step back, it's so much easier. I thought I was going to cover up the whole entire thing there for a second. But, right? Yeah, see, someone said a potato. So, if you just take a little bit of a step back, you're like, hey, deodorant, baby. That actually takes me a second to appreciate our sponsors on today. Our sponsors, all active traders do enjoy using Dove Men's Health and Clean. Dove Men's Health and Clean is what I would be using every single day and how I am able to make the most amount of profits possible. Make sure you guys head on over to dove.com and put in the word Deckmart Trades for 10% off on your next purchase. 20% purchase or more do come in with free shipping and also come with a free Dove package. So let's get back to it. Now, when we take a look over on these plays, it does come down to putting ourselves in on the right positions. Okay? So JAN, we do want to be watching this play, but remember, we don't want to be in a weekly time frame. We don't want to be in a 1 minute time frame. At this point, we can't see the start of the day, and we want to be going over towards more of a 2 minute to maybe a 3 minute if you wanted to. Always have a daily, always have the minute chart where you can see the start and so. All right? Now, let's keep this party going even more. So now we're starting to understand time frames. We're starting to understand candlesticks a little bit better. And as we talked about, we always want to have a daily chart. We always want to have a daily chart open so we can see the past. And then on top of that, we always want to have either a 1 to 2 to 3 minute time frame, right? Whatever that may be. Daily chart on one side, intraday time frame on the other side. Notice how this looks very healthy. A great way to just know not to avoid a stock is whenever you see what we call a barcode play. When you see these type of plays, this is where you just want to stay away. What does this chart tell us? What does this chart tell us right here? There's one thing. Can you figure it out? This chart tells us that there's no volume on this play. When you see little dashed lines of black, let's say a little dash line of black here, all these dashes of black, here's again some dashes of black, here's again some dashes of black lines. You guys see these? Whenever you see these dashes of black lines, that means within this whole entire period, you see this one, there's a one like the little logo way back here. See this one right here? This is showing us that we're in a 1 minute time frame. If we have a little dashed line, that means there was no orders for that whole entire 1 minute. So what does that mean for us? That means there's no attention whatsoever. If you see dashed lines on a trade, it's not worth getting into because that stock's not going to move whatsoever. Take a look. Candlesticks can show us volume. It shows us if we want to be putting ourselves in on these plays for any sort of reason. If I go ahead and I type in a play and I see dashed lines, I immediately go to the next one. Because guess what? Stocks move up from people buying them. Stocks move down from people selling them. If you buy a stock that has dashed lines, that means no one's buying that play. That means no one's really selling that play. You are putting yourself in on a play and you are just going to sit there and just be waiting around for hopefully some sort of movement. So candlesticks help us show volume. Let's look at some examples for today. If we wanted to look at examples today, JAN is a healthy stock. JAN right here, I can see we have nice filled candles. We have nice long green candles, nice long red candles, upper shadows, lower shadows, nice chart setups. That is very nice to look at. If I clicked again, let's just go with, a blue chip play. If I wanted to go ahead and take a look at Tesla right here, I can see that Tesla has nice, again, green candles, couple red candles, upper shadows, lower shadows. It's a nice fulfilled volume candle. That's what we like. If I want to look at KBSF, right? KBSF, do I want to jump in on this? No volumes here. No actions here, right? So This is a play that we want to continue to keep our eyes peeled on. This is something that we want to be able to continue to watch, and it just helps us be able to understand volume. All right? So let's keep it going. Let's get back into it because candlesticks are a great way to be able to help us understand volume. Let's learn some of the most popular setups there are in stock trading. Time to learn easy setups. And you, of course, can be able to learn these patterns and dive into more research. Some people just trade based off candle chart setups. But I want to be able to add a little bit more tools to your toolbox. We have hammer patterns, bullish engulfing, morning star, shooting star, the abandoned baby, dark cloud cover, doji star. We're going to go over a few different of these, and then I'm really just going to break it down and make your life easy. So first one I want to go over is going to be bullish engulfing candle. I like this one a lot. The bullish engulfing pattern is a 2-candle reversal pattern. Heads up, this does not usually work on the 1 minute, does not usually work on the 2 minute, usually doesn't work on the 5 minute. This works best on the daily chart. Every single chart pattern or candle pattern will work the best on the daily chart. Because guess what? If you see something in the 1 minute, the moment you put it in the 2 minute time frame, it's going to change. The moment you see something in the 2 minute, when you put it into the 5 minute, it's going to change. So all these patterns will always work the best on the daily chart. The bullish engulfing pattern is a 2-day reversal pattern, day 1, day 2. The second candle completely engulfs the real body of the first one without regard to the length of the tails and shadows. The bullish engulfing pattern appears in a downtrend and is in a combination of one dark candle followed by a large hollow candle. So you might be saying to yourself, Deck, I'm starting to lose this a little bit. Can you just draw a picture and help us on out? No problem. This is essentially what you're going to be seeing. A bullish engulfing pattern is going to be a pattern where we are going to be looking for, essentially, let's just say the green candle or the red candle to reverse these plays. So what we would have right here is we would have, we'll just go with green, make it easy. Let's say we have a stock moving up, stock moving on up, stock moving on up, stock moving on up. And this is day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. We keep seeing the stock move higher and higher. And let's say day 5, the stock gaps on up and is a huge red candle. If we gap on up and we have a huge red candle, guess what we're doing? We are essentially engulfing this entire previous green candle. If we engulf, eat the entire green candle, if we, slid this red candle over this green candle, it would completely cover it up. That's a sign that we are going to be reversing. Candlestick patterns. Honestly, all of stock trading, all we're ever looking for is where are there going to be reversals? That's all we're looking for. That's all we care about. That's all we're focused on. We're just saying to ourselves, where are there going to be reversals? Because if I can figure out that a stock is going to start falling, I can sell my shares or I can short the stock, and that's where I'm able to make money. If I see that a stock is going to bounce, I could buy the stock and I could go ahead and make money, cover my short. But all stock trading is we learn support lines, we learn resistance lines, we learn candle patterns, we learn this, we learn that, all to try to figure out where stocks are going to reverse. That's the name of the game. The name of the game isn't say, oh, I want to buy a stock that goes on up. The name of the game isn't, oh, I want to make a lot of money in the stock market. If you want to make a lot of money in the stock market and you want to be successful in your stock trades, you have to become a master of figuring out where are stocks going to reverse. Because the moment you figure out where stocks are going to reverse, that's where you guys are going to make money. So let's take a look. Let's just head on over right here. If you go over to www.google.com, right? You ever hear that website? It's a good one. And let's just type in bearish engulfing pattern, bearish engulfing candle. And you can see how great this really is. The bearish engulfing candle, millions of examples here. Moving on up, moving on up, moving on up. Notice how there's this ginormous red candle swallowing up the entire candle. Notice right here, we have this entire red candle swallowing up this whole entire green candle. This big red candle swallowing up the entire green candle. You might say, Deck, can it do the opposite? Can we see a bullish engulfing candle? And absolutely. It's just the opposite, where basically the green candle eats up the entire red candle. So bearish and bullish engulfing candles are spectacular. Bearish and bullish engulfing candles is where you guys can be able to make a lot of cash, be able to make a lot of money, and you guys can say to yourself, okay, hey, I could be able to hold this for the next few days to be able to make some profit. All right? I know, again, Tesla right now is down towards 747. As I talked about, guys, doesn't matter. I'm holding that one until the next 2 days, no matter what. So just letting that one go no matter what. Now, what else do we want to be focused on? We also want to be watching, let's go towards some of these next patterns. These next patterns that we're on top of is going to be Doji Star. A Doji Star is a name for a session in which the candlestick for security has an open and close that are virtually equal and often components and patterns. Doji candlesticks look like a cross, inverted cross, or a plus sign. Dojis are neutral patterns that also featured in a number of important patterns. A doji candlestick forms when a security's opens and close are virtually equal for the given time period and generally signals reversal patterns and technical analysis. In Japanese, doji means blunder or mistake. So what we have here, team, a doji star is essentially just going to look like an addition sign. That's it. You know, when we have a doji star, we are essentially just looking for an addition sign. And how does that work? That essentially works by seeing a stock, let's say, just climb. Let's just say a stock is climbing, and then a doji star forms. A doji star is when a stock opens and when a stock closes at nearly the same exact area. And that's going to be a sign that the stock is going to start fading. And we could see how when the stock starts fading on down, we have doji, the stock starts going back on up. If the stock is moving on up, and we see doji, that's where the stock starts fading back on down. So we could see that a lot of times, team, where we have these doji stars, and these doji stars where it just looks like addition signs or looks like crosses or, T's essentially. That's always going to be a sign on the daily chart that we are going to start seeing some sort of reversal. And those are going to always be absolutely fantastic. That we could just say to ourselves, all right, Dex, so every time we see a strong uptrend or a strong downtrend, all we have to do is look for a doji star, and that's where the stock is going to reversing? Absolutely. So we have very nice, climb on up. You could see doji star forms, nice reversal. You could see, right here, stock is fading. That, again, cross forms, or that T or that addition sign forms, and the stock starts reversing. These are extremely popular patterns that are going to be able to make you some cash. These are extremely popular patterns that are going to be able to make you money. That's why these are so great. That's why I want you guys watching and watching and looking at these plays. So let's keep it going even more here, team, right? Take a look more over on these stocks. We have the hammer pattern. Now, the hammer pattern is a bullish reversing pattern, which signals that a stock is nearing the bottom of a downtrend. The body of the candle is short with a longer lower shadow, which signs a seller's drive prices lower during the trading session, only to be followed by strong buying pressure to end the session on a higher close. Before we jump in on the bullish reversal action, however, we must confirm that the upward trend by watching it closely for the next few days. The reversal also must be validated by bringing in good trading volume. So what would you guys say the hammer pattern looks like? The hammer pattern is essentially just going to be, in my eyes, long shadows, long upper shadows, and long lower shadows. I already taught you guys all about that today, even traders that are just joining us. When we have JAN, whenever we saw a long upper shadow, guess what happened? The stock reversed on down. We could take a look, upper shadow reverse, upper shadow reverse, upper shadow reverse, upper shadow reverse. Take a look over on JAN, upper shadow reversal, upper shadow reversal, upper shadow reversal, upper shadow reversal. We see that happen over and over and over and over again, right? That was absolutely fantastic. Absolutely amazing. And all we did on this play was say to ourselves, hey, we see that this stock has an upper shadow, probably should just keep on fading. Stock's probably going to keep on getting weaker. Stock's probably going to start going on down. The same thing applies to a lower shadow. When you see, let's say, a stock have a huge dump and a big lower shadow, we usually see that it starts moving its way back on up. We usually see that the stock starts climbing its way back up towards new highs. When I take a look over on, let's say, NXTP. NXTP at this moment, traders. Anyone realize during this whole entire lesson, I've been shorting NXTP? I'm currently up $1,500 on NXTP at this moment. Did anyone realize that? Obviously before I started this lesson, I alerted this, but why did I start shorting NXTP? I started shorting NXTP for one reason and one reason only. We formed a big upper shadow. And right now I'm up $1,500 in profit. And there's my whole entire day, right? NXTP, that's beautiful. I was able to make $1,500 so far here. And that's just because why? Just because I'm saying to myself, hey, I want to be able to take my gains. I want to be able to take my profits. NXTP right here. I want to start locking in some sort of gains. as we go. Right now, locked in a little bit. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time sometimes to be able to get out of a 20,000 share position though. You can see it going down here slightly. There we go. All right, guys. Boom, baby. $1,200 in profit today. $1,200 in profit today. I know we're taking a little timeout right here, but NXTP. Beautiful trade right there. NXTP. Alerted that one, obviously. Jumped in on it live in front of everyone. And now I'm up $1,200 today. What did I do today? Today, I made probably about 5 trades. Right? I won my first trade, lost my second trade. Lost my third trade, won my fourth trade. All I did today was I was up 600, down 300, up 200, down 100, back to even, and then I was down like $100. And I just sat down $100, and I was just sitting down $100, and then I saw NXTP go on a 150% spike, and I said, hey, I'm just going to jump in on the short side. Saw the upper shadow, 50-cent resistance, started shorting this play, and now I'm done on the day. I made $1,200 while, again, teaching you guys how to make money in the stock market. So that's just right there, straight, simple, easy. And a lot of that came down to seeing that upper shadow. Seeing that pattern right here, seeing that setup. Seeing this play where I'm saying to myself, wow, all right, hey, NXTP, this is a play that I obviously want to continue to keep my eyes peeled on. So $1,200 on the day, $1,400 yesterday, $11.26 in the market at this time, and obviously we're going to keep this party going. But I'm happy to be able to make over $1,000. That's what I usually try to shoot for, right? You know what I like to shoot for in these market conditions is $1,000 a day. So if you guys do or do not know, there is currently 251 days in the stock market. We're talking about weekends and holidays. 251 days that the stock market is open. Guess what? If we times that by 1,000, how much is that? It's very easy math, but just as a visual, times that by 1,000, that means by the end of the year, I make $251,000. So if I just do what I did today, I'll make $251,000. Pretty cool stuff, right? But even the traders that are saying to themselves, wow, that is neat, but Deck, I don't make $1,000 a day. So many people don't realize how much money you're making. Let's stop being greedy here for a second. Who here has ever made more than $95 in a day? Have you guys ever traded and was able to make $95 in a day? $95. $95. I'm not saying make 500. I'm saying make $90 in a day. If you go 251 days, and on average, some days a little bit bigger, some days a little bit lower, you make $95 times 251. How much money would you make at the end of the year? You'd make $23,000. Now, obviously, someone would say, well, Deck, what about like taxes? Yes. There will be money on taxes. So let's say you get taken on out, $23,000. Let's say you have $19,000 at the end of the year. It's not very difficult to make $95, is it? You can make $95 in pre-market. You can make $95 at the start of the day. You can make $95 by jumping in on a blue chip at any moment. You could like $95 within whatever. You don't have to quit your job and just live off $19,000 or $23,000 in profit. But how nice is it if you just wake up every morning, you go, all right, Deck, what do you got going on here today? All right, hey, NXTP, a little bit of a short, quick $95, awesome. End of the year, you have $23,000 in your account. It doesn't take a long time to make $95. It should take you less than 2 minutes most of the time to make $95. So it's nice that it adds up. Who here could use a paycheck for $20,000 right now? Who wouldn't mind having an extra paycheck for 20 grand? Even if you keep your normal 9-to-5 job, this is still nice. Let's go up. Who here has ever made $200 a day? Some of you guys may be like, Deck, I make $200 like every time I trade. $200 is nothing. Well, if you make $200 for 251 days, you're making 50 grand. $50,000 a year. So start asking yourself at this moment. Right now, you may not like your 9-to-5 job. Right now, you commute 45 minutes. Right now, you have a boss that really rides you. Yeah, right now, you're not happy with where you're currently at. And at this moment, you may be making $45,000 a year. You might be making $50,000 a year. You might be making $60,000 a year. But in your trading, Have you ever made $200? And you might say, Deck, I'm up $200 every day, but sometimes I lose because I don't lock it in. Well, if you just lock in $200 every single day, you'll be able to make 50 grand at the end of the year. Now you might say, well, Deck, I make more at my normal job. I make $55,000. If it was up to me, if I was consistently making $50,000 or $200 a day, I would say, hey, that $5,000, that comes down to gas money. That comes down to the inconvenience, and that comes down for me just having more happiness being my own boss and making my own hours, right? $200, be able to get paid 50 grand a year. That's not too bad. And you obviously can keep going up. If you want to make $100,000 a year, you got to make you have to make $400 a day on average, right? Last year, when I made $551,000, how much was I averaging per day? I think it was like $2,700 I was averaging. So let's go divided by 251, and I want to say, yeah, $2,000 I was averaging. So I was averaging around $2,100 a day. Some days I made crazy amount of money, $17,000. Some days, again, I lost, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. Today, I won $1,200. So today, in the green, which is great, and just basically, just continuing on with making some nice money. Well, Sean, but we lose as well. Exactly. People always say that when I do this example. Well, Deck, I'm not going to make $200 every single day. I'm going to lose as well. Hey, but you're going to win more than $200 on some days also. I'm talking about as an average. You know what an average is? An average means $200 by the end of the week. That means if you make $400 on Monday, lose $100 on Tuesday, lose $75 on Wednesday, lose again $50 on Thursday, make $300 on Friday, your average is $200. You can lose 3 days out of the week if you want to and still average, $200 a day. So, just think about it. Think about your trades. Think about how you guys are doing. Think about, where you can make money so that you can do this full time. So let's get back over to this lesson though. And let's keep this lesson going. Let's keep this lesson rocking and rolling. And of course, getting his candlesticks, getting them all down. We also have the morning star, or let's go to the shooting star. We basically have the hammer pattern and the shooting star. And the shooting star is going to be the upper shadow. These are just more technical names for it. What do I always say? Hey guys, we have a very long lower shadow. Watch for a reversal back on up. Some people may say, yes, I do see a nice hammer pattern developing over on the charts. It's just like a more fancy way to say we have a lower shadow, watch for a reversal, come back up. Hey, we have a shooting star. Shooting star is going to be, we have an upper shadow. Hey guys, we have an upper shadow, watch for the reversal. Yes, Squire, I do see a shooting star over my candlesticks on the 2-minute time frame. Have you checked the RSI lately? I'm not going to say those. I'm just going to make things like so much more easier. But I want you guys to be able to get it and, understand it, that in all honesty, I'm going to make your life extremely easy. There are so many different patterns that people will have. You're going to have the hammer, the inverted hammer, the dragonfly doji, the boji, the bullish spinning top. You're going to have the bullish engulfing, bullish harami, the tweezer bottom pole, the 3 white soldiers, the bullish and abandoned baby, the 3 outside up, 3 inside up, bearish abandoning baby with 3 black clothes looking over it. I want the bearish engulfing hammy, the gravestone doji. We have on top of that, it's like, team, we have so many different candlesticks. I would say, honestly, don't overthink it. Let's make this as easy and as simple as possible. Because every single pattern is going to be based off of either a doji star or a long upper shadow or lower shadow. And that is it. Take a look at this, team. Every single thing, if we look at the abandoned baby, let's just look at this. The abandoned baby pattern right here is going to be a rare reversal pattern characterized by a gap followed by a doji, which is then followed by another gap in the opposite direction. The shadows on the doji must completely gap below or above the shadow on the first and third day of the doji. It's like, team, that's so complicated. You know what this looks like to me? Okay, yeah, we got a doji star. Stock's going back up in the other direction. Dark cloud cover, a bearish reversal pattern that continues the uptrend with a long white-green body. The next day opens at a new high, then close. Okay, yeah, a bearish engulfing pattern. Yeah, okay, cool. It's like some of these patterns, team, they make it sound so much more, complicated than what it really is. When you talk about candlesticks, I wanted you to learn all about candlesticks at this moment. But when it comes down to candlesticks, to be straight up with you, all it is this. If I see a stock that has a very long upper shadow, that means we're going to be heading on down. If I see a stock heading on down and I see a stock form a very long lower shadow, that means we are going to be going back on up. If we are going on up and I see a stock form anything that has an addition sign, that means we are going to be heading back on down. If we're heading back on down and I see a stock open up above that red candle, or let's say, open up underneath the red candle and close above it, that's a bullish engulfing candle and the stock moves on up. This is all it is. There's only a few patterns you actually need to care about. Upper shadows, lower shadows, doji stars, and engulfing patterns. Everything else that we talk about, team, is just going to be overcomplicated that won't even work 90% of the time. Okay? That's I'm just telling you right here. And it's just, I take a look at this, bearish candlestick patterns. You could see all these bearish candlestick patterns. Most of them are just, look at this. Bearish engulfing. Okay, engulfing pattern. Okay, long upper shadow. Okay, doji star. Engulfing pattern. Like, it's just engulfing patterns, doji stars, and lower shadows. That's really all you need to know. You don't need to know all these crazy patterns that are just going to confuse you. But I will post this over in chat, these candles. And if you guys want these candle patterns, you guys can get them. So there's one candle pattern. Just post it over in chat. And here's another candle pattern. If you guys are over on YouTube, I'm just going to make this like the full screen here for a second. And you guys can, take a little screenshot if you guys want to. So you guys taking a screenshot of it? You got a good screenshot? You got it? Okay. I hope again you blow it up. Make that your mouse. All right. JJ Vallis saying, what? No way it's that simple. It is that simple. But the thing is, in stock trading, it just comes down to everyone wants to sound. I'll be honest. I can make things sound way more advanced if you guys want me to. If you guys want me to, if that's going to impress you guys more, and I can sit here and say those things, I can. I could sit here and say, all right, guys, NXTP. Stock was able to go on a 153% climb, crossed over the MACD on the bullish side with the RSI being able to get up towards an 80, watch for reversal. We're also seeing a hammer pattern on the inverse side that should be able to lead to a reversal back on down. VWAP is trying to hold up as support, but if that cracks, that should be able to lead towards negative sentiment and pessimism in the stock market. As the stock dropped on down, just covered my shares. U-shaped pattern back on up. VWAP is starting to break, bringing in bullishness. RSI sitting right around a 60. That's a good sign to be able to have consolidation. 50-day moving average also holding up as, guys, I don't need to explain things like this. I can just say, hey, do it like this. I'm trying to make your life easy. It's not like, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. No, I'm just trying to simplify it so everyone can understand it. So just much, much better. All right, cool. 11:37 in the market. And yeah, that is going to do it for our candlestick boot camp. Woo! Candlestick boot camp, guys. That is gonna do it right there for it. Love it. Let's throw on a non-copyright song to get a little fired up right here. Oh yeah.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town.
These non-copyrighted songs, I don't know. I'm trying to get behind them. I got a strike on my YouTube channel, so this is all I can play nowadays. I feel like it's motivational. Be heroes tonight.
Everybody jump, put your hands in the air.
There we go. I love it. NXTP, a little bit of a drop back on down. Tesla at this time. My Tesla position, remember guys, I am still in on my Tesla shares. And obviously, again, I don't mind showing you guys anything. Tesla, as long as we stay above the 13 EMA of 730, that's all I care about. Back underneath 730, Daddy's got to cut it. I got to. If it goes underneath 730, that's where I would go back underneath the bearish side. This is the first time I'm ever seeing it above the bullish side. So you guys already know that. And, you know, that's why I'm going to just keep on holding no matter what. Keep on holding no matter what, as long as we stay above 730. Econ, that was an amazing lesson. Thank you so much, Econ. I appreciate it. You know, I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns? I wanted to do another lesson, but we are kind of running a little bit close on time. So does anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns? Please let me know. Happy to help you on out. Also, side note, for everyone over on YouTube, I highly encourage, I highly motivate. I want to see your beautiful face, baby. I want to see your beautiful face over on tradecaster.com. There is no reason why not every single trader should be over on tradecaster.com. You might say, well, Deck, you know, unfortunately, I just don't have the funds. Hey, well, that's okay if you don't have the funds. You know why? Because we still have free live streams, free access to these live streams right here, free access to many videos in the video library. You can go to level 2 and watch free lessons. You can go through and watch tons of free lessons, entry and exit lessons. Some of them are for free. You can get all this content out here with free live streams, with, again, some of the lessons in the video library, 100% for free. Get over here and let's start working. Let's do it. Tirth Patel, what if the lower upper shadows fail for a reversal? So Tirth, like what if the upper shadows fail for a reversal? I mean, sometimes that's going to happen. It's you know, it's just like you got to take your chances. I'm thinking of a really dark analogy right here, but it's like, you know, I don't even want to say it. So no, I don't want to. It basically you're asking like, well, Deck, what if the pattern doesn't work out? Unfortunately, that's stock trading, right? Sometimes the pattern won't work out, but 90% of the time, it will work out. So you got to take that chance. If something's going to work out 90% of the time, you know, you got to take that chance. Do reversal candlesticks always happen at support and resistance levels? Nope, not always. You know, not always, but usually, you know, if we see them at support and resistance levels, that'll be great. As for the boot camp, I leave up the boot camp lessons every single day until 10 o'clock at night, team. So even if you guys have a normal job, let's say during Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, all that stuff, I leave them up till 10 o'clock at night so you guys can rewatch them. At the end of all of it, we do put them all together, and then we do have that available for sale if you guys would like that afterwards. But I want to give you guys a chance to be able to get everything for free. I always like to reward the people that are here. I like to reward the people that are taking the time to be here. I want to reward you guys who are, again, going the extra step. So if you guys are here every single day, you can watch the entire boot camp that I'm doing it live for free. If you want to have it for your discretion at the end, you can purchase all of it at the very end. Daniel, these candlesticks patterns, it works 60% of the time, every time. You know that these patterns are good because they have real panther in them. Wow. Let's go and make this little kitty purr. J.R. Mello, how much is going to be the final boot camp? Something reasonable, like $87,000. So make sure you guys are here on Tradecaster every single day so you guys do not have to pay that fee. No, again, you know, I don't go anything crazy. It's like, you know, for this, probably like 400. Lalando Trader, how can I watch it at night? Just rewind the YouTube live stream. Rewind the YouTube live stream and you'll be all set. Deck, I saw on your Twitter that you were setting up a golf scramble. Are you still doing that? I'm working on it. So for any golfers here, you know, if that's Tradecaster, if that's YouTube, I'm working on it. I would love to be able to make it happen. We don't need 5,000 people to come out to it, but essentially just like a best ball scramble. If you guys like to play, I love playing. I love playing all the time. That's like my favorite hobby to do. So I would love to be able to get out there and whoop some butts. Austin Force spill. I'm scratched. Doubt it, buddy. Doubt it. What's my handicap? I'm like 2 over. I'm not scratched yet. I'm not. But I've had some good rounds. I'll shoot mid-70s like every time. I'll shoot like 75, 74, 76. We're working on it. But I actually just made I spoiled myself, team. I spoiled myself. I actually got myself a little bit of a birthday gift. Bought myself a birthday gift. I'm kind of upset. No one said happy birthday to me today, and it's okay. It's fine. I was gonna wait to see if anyone was going to say happy birthday, if anyone was going to say it, and then maybe it would go, but no one did. But that's okay. And so I did spoil myself. And yeah, I mean, guys, no, valid point. My birthday's not until August. So no one did say it today, which is fine. It's fine. It's valid. Okay, you guys do have an argument there. My birthday's not until August, so no one did say it today for good reason. But I just thought, I don't know, if it did go, it would have caught a little bit. Oh, yeah, every day we could get after it. But still, good reasoning. But yeah, I made a little bit of a birthday purchase. A little bit of an early 3-month birthday purchase. You'll see. Something that no other stock trader has. Guaranteed. Guaranteed no other trader has it. None of them. I'm fired up to be able to show you guys. Fired up when it gets here. When it gets here, team. Half of you guys are going to say, wow. Other half of you guys are going to say, yeah, that's cool. Other half are going to say, yeah. All right, team. Any other final questions, comments, or concerns? As always, love working with you guys. You guys have been absolutely fantastic today. Absolutely fantastic. Tesla back underneath that VWAP. As long as it stays above 730, right? We're good to go. As long as it holds above 730, that's all we care about, team. We may fade back on down to the 13 EMA, but we're going to be sitting strong on this play. Today, trading-wise, trading was absolutely fantastic. It was a little bit dry at the start, but I'm walking away with a $1,200 profit, and I'm very happy with those gains. Very happy with, again, a $1,200 profit. I really can't be upset making over $1,000 a day and being able to walk away a winner. So that's what it really all comes down to. Other than that, though, traders, let's get ready to wrap this one on up. Let's get ready to wrap up this day. And it's been a great morning of live trading with you guys, and it's been a great boot camp as well. So let's get ready to do it. As we get closer to lunch hours, I smell it. I smell it coming on in. It's, what's today? It is Thursday. Huh. Team, it is Thursday. It is a perfect time then to come on over to the Deckmar Trades firm on tradecaster.com, because if you do not know, we do have happy hour. Happy hour is from 8 in the morning until Sunday, 8 o'clock at night. So make sure you guys come on over. It's a beautiful time. Things get a little bit rowdy every now and then, but you know what? That's what you do. When you make $1,200 a day, sometimes you like to be able to buy out the bar for everyone. Have everyone be able to get some of the top shelf stuff. So I know everyone's going to be coming on in. I'll get AK-47 his favorite little mojito. I'm going to get NKFW a little bit of a virgin strawberry daiquiri. Whatever floats your boat. We got Nesquik.
We got a little iced tea. We got orange juice. Fiji water. Voss. The best of the best. Hey, just call me Bartender Deck. Whatever you need, I got you. But don't miss out. Get on over here. DeckmartTrades.com. Not DeckmartTrades.com. Scratch that. Scratch that. Get over here. Tradecaster.com. See you guys soon.
All right, traders, let's get ready to wrap this one on up. Let's see where the next big rip, run, pop, and climb are going to be going towards. Team, thank you to all the traders who have joined us today. Everyone have a wonderful, absolutely spectacular rest of your day. And I will see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning. AK-47 is now live. We also have Living Like Matt going live at 2 o'clock. Enjoy it, traders. Enjoy it, team. And I will see everyone back here, as I said, most likely later this afternoon or again tomorrow morning. I'll be popping in and out as I always do. Traders, let's wrap it on up. You guys know the drill, baby. In 3, 2, 1. Team, thank you so much. I'll see everyone back here bright and early tomorrow. Have a wonderful night, team. Enjoy those gains, and let's crush it again. Go watch AK-47 and Living Like Matt. They got a big stream coming on up.
go.
All right, traders. I wanted to jump back on the mic here for a second, and that's just because PBTS, PBTS is going pretty wild at this point. So everyone, just a little heads up, PBTS going very crazy at this moment. Let's review the stock here, and I want to see, does PBTS have any shares available to short? There are shares available to short. How much is that going to be? They're not expensive. They're not even that expensive. We wanted to go ahead and pull the trigger on the short side. If you caught it right next to that 150 mark, 150 is a great shorting opportunity. So again, PBTS right here, this is a play that we could definitely go ahead and be able to make some nice profit. We could definitely go ahead and be able to make some nice money. So far, PBTS is slowly starting to fade. I do think it could pop itself back on up, but as we know, 150 is going to be a nice, strong resistance line. I'm just trying to figure this play out the best we can. PBTS, does this stock have any sort of news towards it, or is this just going crazy for no reason? Let's see here. I want to take a look and kind of run through this play over on PBTS. PBTS, why is this stock going so wild? Up currently 241%. 2 months ago was the last press release. www.newsfilter.io. Take a look over on PBTS. 3 weeks ago was the last press release. So we have no news. So we have no news, no reason, no credibility, no nothing on PBTS. And right now, all we're doing is going on a very hard spike. Yes, you can short at 150, but I will say we're not overextended. Now, you might say, Deck, what are you talking about? We're not overextended. The stock's up 250%. And what I mean by that is I see it on this trend line. On this trend line, we're still we got a little off it. You are correct. We got a little off it. But it's not like we've gone straight up yet where everyone said, oh my goodness, this is getting crazy. I don't know. We may go a little bit higher than that 150-ish mark, I still think. If you want to short PBTS, but if you see 150 break, move on from it. Right? If you see 150 break, move on from it. But I really don't think it's a bad opportunity to go ahead and look for some possible shares to short over on PBTS. Stock is where at 132 right now, starting to get a little bit weaker. It does have room to fall all the way back down towards $1. I just think it may pop back up into like the 140s here and there. It's still trying, of course. That 140 mark is going to be a strong resistance line. I just don't want to get too ahead of myself. I was going to look to jump in on the short side. Right now, I'm happy with my money. I'm happy I'm in the profits. I'm happy I'm making a gain. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until it gets above 150 and traders say, I can't believe the stock is still going. I can't believe the stock is still up. When we get to a point where we can't believe that the stock is still going, that's when I want to short it. So I'm not going to short it right now, but PBTS is where all eyes are at. All traders are at this play. This stock is still on a steady uptrend. I do think it'll come back down towards 120, 125 or or so. So if you want to do a quick day trade short, you definitely can. But, you know, PBTS, crazy move, 250% climb. There are shares available to short on this stock. It may go up towards around that 150-ish mark. But if you want to get in on a quick little day trade just to short it, I'm not opposed towards it. All right. So I'm going to keep this one on watch. No short entry for myself, but if I do jump in, I will definitely let you guys know. PBTS, all eyes on this play. Definitely keep it on watch and make sure you're all set, ready to go. The float on PBTS at this time is going to be 56 million. So it's a little bit bigger in float. So this thing is actually like cooking pretty well for a pretty big float. 56 million I see on Yahoo Finance. Hey, all eyes on PBTS. Bounce play is back down to 107. Resistance 150. Right now we're looking for a break of 150 for the next leg on up and a possible short. PBTS up 240%. Obviously so much room to fall on down for shorters. I know a lot of people probably are leaning towards the short right now, which I understand. It's just, you know, I want to give it a little time. I'm happy with my gains right now. Just don't want to get too ahead of myself. So let's see what we get. But PBTS, I wanted to jump on the mic so everyone's aware of this play. It just seems like it's a really hot play right now, and I want to make sure the team is aware of it. So bounce play would be coming on up here. Bounce play probably going to be out around like 123 if you're interested in a bounce play. That's the old spiking highs. Get ready for PBTS team. Possible dip buy, possible bounce play if you guys want to get involved in that. Look at this. PBTS. Old highs right here. Watch that possible bounce right off that 123-ish mark. I'm thinking about doing a quick trade. Oh, look at this. PBTS just came down to 121, 120. Hold on. PBTS starting to get a little weaker here. Notice PBTS still falling. Came on down to 120 there for a second. Now it's starting to get a little bit of that bounce. See that lower shadow? No entry for myself right now, team. No entry for myself. Hey, I'm going to let this one go right now. I'm going to watch it. You guys can keep your eyes peeled on this play. I'm just sitting back at this moment. No reason for me to touch it. Shorters have it as of now. All right? Stay smart. Stay ready. All eyes on PBTS. This is the one that we will be focused on. This will be the one that we will be watching. Let's keep it up. PBTS, break of 150. Things can get even more crazy. Stock is up 220% at this time. Let's do it, traders.
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, won't you let the light shine through? into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you,
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Got me like a Hellcat. Got me like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Got me like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat.
can see my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
You
changes.
Life. Life.
No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without a boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star.
Didn't even get to cross.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get to glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, them amateurs have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, them amateurs have to leave. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots.
even get to cross.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass.
my way back to you, until you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone, until you find your way back home. Until you find your way back home.
Today, the first pattern we are going to
Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Until you find your way back home. I can't regret leaving you alone, until you find your way back home.
seat you by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright. But I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away.
Jack it up.
traveling mountains just to find the loudest seas. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find plan it first, but here I am. 'Cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
So let me catch you. So let me catch you slipping by. 'cause all along I knew I was doing the right thing by giving you my time. Where was I? Where was I when I needed it most? When I needed myself? Where was I? Where was I? Where was I?
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight
Cracking. Cracking.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. Can make me move.
sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, a life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? What can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it
Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you. In the blackened eyes, make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control. Darkness take control.
This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want now. This ain't what you want. Who alive can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. The flames, I whip it up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a Scotch bonnet. Don't try study me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. Yeah, you better listen. I'm bringing heat, you'll be a fan when I start rapping. Way I'll have your fucking head spinning. I'm known as spit vicious, release bombs and go tick tick. Boom, you blown me that head missing. I'm a phenomenon, stacking cheese like it's Parmesan. 8 different flows, call me Octomom. I'm moving fast like the Autobahn, and I'm independent, so I'm not your fucking starving like it's Ramadan. Sick, twisted, gifted, can't copy, printed, can't hold me down. I shape shift, I'm liquid. I killed this beat, I might get convicted. They know how I move, it was predicted. Persistent, spoke it into existence, so consistent, no assistance. Hear me once, become addicted. If I rap it, then I live it. There's no cap when I be speaking this. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Cracky.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why
No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas, oh you meant the world to me.
Someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh. stopped asking for forgiveness. Cause you should know only fools tread with the angels. Fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption
If we are one grain of sand in the middle of the ocean, can you try to understand how a touch can cause explosions? Rise up, way too great to be landed. Rise up, way too great to be standing.
They ain't never gonna stop us, flying at 'em like choppers. Better took those risks, cold blood in my fists, we fire starters. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny that work, never could toss. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks, rise. Rise, cutting my size, trying to make sense of it all comprised. Highs, pinning these skies. Never stuck down, feeling paralyzed, but I'm up now. We all too late to fall. Yeah, anyone coming, I'ma lift them all. Never look down when this risk involved. They got guts, got a lot, I gotta waste it all. Ain't got no feelings, we just floating. Yeah, I'm that grain of sand that made it out the ocean. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
So rise up, rise up. We are the apocalypse, and a pair that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, the night won't scare us falling. So rise up, way too great to be landed. Rise up, way too great to be standing.
They ain't never gonna stop us, flying at 'em like choppers. Better took those risks, cold blood in my fists, we fire starters. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny that work, never could toss. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks, rise.
do to make you stay a little longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a little longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. So cliche, I see the sparks you throw my way. I know your name is written on everyone's mind. Your whole show is captivating me, but don't think that I can see right through that disguise. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, hard, baby. Yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, and you don't even try. Well, would you look at that? My glass is empty, glass empty. How about I get another drink, baby, drink, baby? Okay, I get it. You got fire burning, right there in your eyes. So when you got this whole thing, I like the way you look at me. How about we just go with the flow? Now you know I feel it too. But I don't think this could be something that becomes a thing. Maybe just for tonight, then I'll be over you. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, Yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, and you don't even try. Well, would you look at that? My glass is empty, glass empty. How about I get another drink, baby, drink, baby? Okay, I get it. You got fire burning, right there in your eyes. Oh yeah.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy, but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lions gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when
Savannah. I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a walk, Savannah. I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah.
The fire makes the city look so bright. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay while we leave. Stay with me. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me.
I'm going in. When the lights go down, I've seen hell in you, but you don't care, no, you don't care, no. You just rather watch me fall from a quarter mile. I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it off, you'll see who had it all. You had it all. You said you wanted to fall into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, oblivion, oblivion. counting stars. Got it together. Your mind can't sleep when you let it serve. Now you wanna see me fall. From a quarter mile, I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it up, you'll see who